song. Every rose has its thorn.
Warning. The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Put you one time, kick it. What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on, gang? Good afternoon. Hi there. Greetings. Welcome. Brothers and sisters, misses and misters, thank you for... Thanks for being here. My name is Alan Cox. Welcome to all this. Say hi to Bam Bam Bill Squire. He's right over there.
Hey, creepy hugs, everyone. Thanks for listening to and watching this episode of the Alan Cox Show. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share a cold one with the boys.
Mary Santora is out. Poundcake is back in Studio G.
Good afternoon, white people.
I'm laughing because I just saw your email to the Rob Anthony, our intrepid program director here, was emailing us kudos over the polar blast punishment yesterday, and Poundcake said he'd been moisturizing his nip all night.
And the hair surrounding it. Like, I think I lost some follicles or something. But, like, when I put on my hoodie, or I put on my shirt, I was like, ooh, this is going to be, like...
You were chafing, like, after a marathon.
Yeah, like, you know, when your nipples are hard and then you, like, put on a shirt, it like, rubs up against it. The fabric is not doing well.
Did you draw blood yesterday? Did you break the skin?
No, that's the bad part. Like, I think it's like internal. It's like, oh, you got me on the inside. You got some tissue.
He had some nipple bruising on the inside.
People were coming at me. They were like, well, at least Bill, or at least Alan and Mary were interesting. I'm like, I was fighting for my life. Like, I'm sorry I didn't do.
What do they mean by interesting?
They were saying I didn't.
Oh, overly emotive.
Yeah,
I think everyone was terrified.
Exactly.
Yes, you look terrified. I mean, yeah, that's right.
You weren't outwardly vocal about it, but yeah.
Because you know what? If we had done that, then everybody would have accused us of overselling it. Yeah, right. But here's the thing. All of us were going at it like when Jeff Daniels' tongue is on the pole in Dumb and Dumber, and they pull him back, and his tongue just keeps stretching. That was if you haven't seen the video of our Polar Blast punishments from yesterday's show,
each one of ours,
it's all over the place. I guess you watch it wherever you want, but we all lived, we all survived. Poundcake went for the nipple. He gets my virtual high five. I did inside of my thumb, which did not feel good. I did my full eyebrow.
Dude, I can't.
And I did my earlobe.
Any markings?
No, I was kind of hoping that it would have. You talk about losing some hair. I was kind of hoping that the eyebrow clip would have pulled out the 2 gray eyebrow hairs I have on the right side. But they did not. They're still there. I have to get those with the tweezer. No,
fact
it's
that
okay. I have to be a bit more surgical about it with the tweezers.
You were giving me kudos for the nipple. I was giving you kudos to the eyebrow because I did not. I purposely did the nipple because I did not want to do the eyebrow.
Do you wish you had done the eyebrow?
No.
In lieu of the nipple, now that you've
no, because even if my nipple is messed up or I lose hair around there, I could just say I can cover that up. Like I have bad I wouldn't say bad tattoos. I have tattoos that
you can say they're bad.
No, shut up. They weren't bad. I'm not going to say
they weren't bad at the time. Maybe he's thought better of them in the years past.
I've grown out of my tattoos, and I can cover those. And when I take my shirt off or whatever, I explain like, oh, I was in the closet. It's just a journey. But this, I'm like, okay, well, the conversation doesn't start unless I take my shirt off and it looks weird. My eyebrow, I would get tired of explaining that why I'm missing hair and I got patches and stuff around there. Like, I already know that I have psoriasis in my eyebrow right now, so I can only imagine. I do.
I know. I saw
believe
that yesterday.
Yeah, I was like,
Disgusting.
Shut up. So I can only imagine if something like that were
How
to
do you
rip up.
live with yourself?
Like, what I will say, though, I don't know if it's because I'm really eating right or I don't know what it is, but my psoriasis is like going away. It's not necessarily going away.
I'm sure you getting into
like
shape
flat.
and do right. Yeah, I mean that's going to help you in a variety of ways. I would think.
Exercise probably helps too, right? Like, I mean, I know I have a friend that has psoriasis, and he tans because that helps. So
it helps, but it's like putting a Band-Aid. It doesn't help long term.
Okay.
I guess it depends on how frequently you tan.
Well, they don't
If you
recommend
wanna
that
look,
because
well, yeah, because
then
it
you
has
just
its
end up
own
getting-
problems.
yeah.
Yeah. It's funny. There apparently Tuesday night. I was going to mention this yesterday. I just never got around to it. Tuesday night there was a fire down the street from us here, just a few blocks away. There is a building called the Statler, and it's a renovated apartment building. And apparently they had a fire there the other night. One of the local cameramen for one of the local TV affiliates was down there and shooting some video. And they said, I guess, that it was just, it was a garbage chute fire. Now, the person who tweeted this spelled it SHOOT. But I assume that that's what they meant, was that there was a fire in the trash chute. Anyway, so I kind of go looking into it yesterday, and I'm like, well, this looks weird. And I find another piece of video, and it takes me a second to realize this place has had 2 fires in 1 year. It's their second fire, and last April, it was unattended cooking. I didn't notice the date, so I was like, what the hell's going on here? There was some unattended cooking last April, and so when this happens, it's like a college dorm. They evacuate the building, right? So everybody who lives in that place is standing out on the sidewalk. 2 fire. I'm telling you, and this is the big selling point for these places that they renovate downtown. They're like, live in an historic building. You want to ruin an historic building? Let people live in it. You want to destroy decades and decades of landmark status? Let people live in the building. Turn it into residences. That thing will burn down within a decade.
That's why
there was a fire in the trash. Oh, I wasn't paying attention when I was cooking. So now me and everyone here are on the sidewalk.
That's why its companion building is completely gone. The Waldorf burned down.
Did it really? Oh, you son of a bitch. You got
Is that a salad factory?
he got me. I wasn't poor Statler and Waldorf.
Let old Poundcake jump on. What was it?
I said, is that the salad factory?
The salad factory.
I don't know why.
Salad.
I don't know why a historical building is like a selling point. I personally don't
Well,
want to
it's
live in a building
it's
that
cool
has pipes
architect.
from
Well, not everybody does. Some
1800s.
people want to live in a new build, but I mean, it's not like they go, whatever we got, we got. You know, I mean,
You buy as
there's
is.
eras, yeah.
right.
You want our tile ceiling from when Cleveland was founded? Ooh, historical.
Yeah.
Watch it
But
as
some
it,
of those
like,
cool,
leaks.
those
Got the
old
original
tin ceilings
floors.
are very cool. Some of that Art Deco architecture's fantastic.
Yeah.
They stink.
But it's also you're hoping that they actually did a real update where you're getting new
There's-
electricity
But
and
again,
new plumbing and
neither one.
central
But
heat
to
and
that
air.
point, neither one of these fires had anything to do with the structure.
Right.
It's
I
the
know.
people living in it who aren't paying attention. And so 2 fires in 1 year down. It's like 3 blocks away. I think it's like Euclid and 12. And everybody's
money
standing out
move.
there in the middle of. I'm also really upset with myself because I mentioned it on Tuesday, but then I completely forgot about it yesterday because we had so many other things going on that yesterday was the first anniversary of our friend Rick passing away. I mentioned it on Tuesday that it was going to be yesterday, and then yesterday I didn't mention it at all.
Way to go.
I know. I don't know
Well,
how
we
I
should
live with myself.
celebrate the anniversary of when we found out.
When was that?
It was like
a couple of
month
weeks later.
Yeah.
But Rick was a frequent caller to the show. He was a boxer in a past life, and he just called all the time, and he was just always a delight. And we didn't hear from him for a while, and we had to do some digging to figure out. It probably wasn't until about 5 or 6 weeks later that we were able to ascertain that he had passed away. Frederick Clayton was his name. We didn't even know his full name. We were looking for Richards and Ricardos and all kinds of stuff. Hey, Rick.
Yes, sir, Mr. Allen.
How are you, sir?
I'm doing fine. How about you in this cold weather?
Hanging in and hanging out, baby.
Okay, you hanging in and hanging out, huh? that could be taken certain ways.
Of course, I'll let you figure it out, Rick. You're a smart guy.
I think you just, when you say hanging out, I think you're just relaxing. That's what I'm thinking.
Yep.
Okay. Hey, Bill.
Hey, what's up, Rick?
Hello to everybody.
Nope.
All right, Miss Mary.
Well, anyway, that was Rick.
Yeah.
And every so often he'll show up in a sum of show, and we loved Rick. But yesterday was the first anniversary of him passing away. We still don't know how that happened. We don't know. We didn't have any mutual acquaintances. Yeah. We didn't know. I think we heard just in passing. We had a listener who said, "I think I work with Rick's brother." I said, "Please put me in touch with him," and I never heard back. So I don't know if that was the case or whatever. But that was yesterday. Was the 1 year anniversary.
I got some breaking news, and this is.
Can it wait till after the break, or is it breaking as we speak?
It's so quick. It's just something that.
Alan Cox Show. Exclusive news.
There's been a third fire at the Statler apartment building.
No, there's an NBA trade that I only want to bring up because of the name of the player that was traded, because I know you're all about the names.
I only like the names.
The Nuggets are trading Bones Highland to the Clippers.
Hey, all right, I like that. Yeah.
Show. Exclusive news.
No more Bones Nuggets. He's now Bones Clipper.
Mm-hmm.
All right, good. I've got to take a break. If you want to send a text, 35192. If you want to join us on the phone, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007. Be listening for those keywords because they're going to come fast and furious. Each one of them, $1,000, chance for you to go fund to yourself. Next one's coming up at 2:30.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free
On Roblox. Head to iHeartRadio.com/iHeartLand today.
The Alan Cox Show.
Sure, you could listen to another show, but then how would you find the puppies we've buried in boxes around the city? 100.7 WMMS.
Be listening for that next keyword to go fund yourself. It's coming about 10 minutes from now. 30 past every hour this week and next week. We're in the tail end of this particular run for Go Fund Yourself, but you get these just about every hour all day long. So there are still plenty of opportunities for you to win some money if you haven't already. But the next one here, about 10 minutes away from now. Our friend comedian Ian Bagg is going to be later on. I always like catching up with him.
Oh, he's the best. He's
very
so
funny.
Just that clip you were playing yesterday to kind of get things ready, like we heard in a commercial break, and just the beginning of him talking makes me laugh because he's got such a unique cadence and he's just so funny and quick. Oh, he's the best.
You're a social worker? Nice. What does that mean? You take children away from people?
Yeah, pretty much.
Pretty much? Is that what you said? It's supposed to be a joke, and it came real. Are you with him, ma'am, or is he just taking your children? Don't cry. It's going to be okay. You don't have to be with him.
Very Canadian.
Very Canadian.
The pride of British Columbia. So, yeah. We'll see him a little bit later on. He's doing the weekend at Hilarities. Never a bad time when Ian Bagg is in town.
And you can go to every single show and you're going to get something different.
Yes.
Because he doesn't
very quick on his feet.
I don't like to call it crowd work because it doesn't look like work when he does it. It's effortless. It's like crowd play. And
I think you just coined a word.
Mm-hmm.
It ain't crowd work, homie. Wait, what is it again?
Crowd play. We'll bring that up to him later. You can actually write. You know
what? I'm going to write crowd work. I'm going to cross out the word work. I'm just going to write play.
Okay.
But next time I'll take the cap off my marker when I do it. Yeah.
I appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
And it'd make me feel like you actually genuinely think it's a good idea. But he's just so quick and so funny, and he'll make the whole show and like tie it all back together. Like he's the best.
Yeah.
I love Ian Bagg. And an incredibly nice guy, too. I got to go, when I was just starting, do a guest set on one of his shows in Pittsburgh, and he bought me dinner. Like he was just a great dude.
The Cavaliers do what everybody thought they were going to do and walloped the Detroit Pistons last night. 113-85 was the final. Pistons are having a real hard time. And then Cavs play tomorrow night. They're off tonight. They head to New Orleans to play the Pelicans tomorrow night, 10 o'clock here on WMS. And then Saturday, they're back here at home to play my Chicago Bulls. I was supposed to be at that game. I will not be at that game because it's the daddy-daughter dance. I tried to point her in another direction, but wouldn't you know it, she wanted to hang out with her friends instead of going to a basketball game. These kids today, nobody wants to work.
Nope.
Yeah, I got a question for you.
All right.
So we're running a commercial for a new advertiser here. They're called Hammer and Nails Grooming for Guys. You know where this place is? I haven't been there, but I know where it is. It's in Lakewood. It's across the street from a lovely little shop called Salty Not Sweet.
Oh, I know that place.
And so I had this question because I'm no stranger to the salon and I've never been there. What do you do? And maybe you're the wrong guy to ask, so I'll just pose it just as a rhetorical question.
Mm-hmm.
What do you do when you accidentally foot bra the girl who's giving you a pedicure?
What do you mean? You mean
you got your feet up, you got your heels up, and she's sitting down in front of you working on your toenails, and she's leaning in, and you will invariably foot bra her, and you're not going to say anything, but you kind of, when it's happened to me in the past, I kind of like hold my breath. Now, these girls, I'm sure they don't
I'll tell you what I do. I go get a pedicure real soon.
I'm sure they don't.
Right after the show.
I'm sure it doesn't even cross their mind because they're leaning into people all day. Yeah. But it's also a lot of women in there. I love me a pedicure when I need one, but I don't know what the protocol is there when you accidentally foot bra the girl who's giving you the pedicure. Maybe it's just a one-way thing. Maybe it's nothing that even crosses their mind. I don't know. But I'd certainly hate word to get around
that you're a foot
that
bra
Alan
people.
Cox is out there giving foot bras while he's getting his toes did.
I think it's incidental contact.
All right.
And you know, it also probably depends on the chestability of the woman giving the pedicure.
Right. How much of a bosom she's got.
Now, I know when a girl...
If it's ample or not.
If a girl is, you know, cutting my hair, sometimes they'll be a little bustier and you'll get a little brushes on the back of your head.
When you're getting
shampooed,
they'll lean into you.
Yeah,
and that's more of a visual thing. I close my eyes when I'm getting shampooed anyway, just to remove even the whiff of impropriety. But when you're getting the pedi done, and again, I understand for most guys, or a lot of guys, it isn't even an issue. But for me, it just kind of jogged my memory there when I was listening to that commercial. And granted, you know, you might get lucky and you might have a girl who is not abundant in the chest, right? She might not have a bountiful breast. She might not have, you know, her cups might not runneth over, in which case you don't have to concern yourself with it. But again, we're living in a society and I'm trying to be a nice guy. I'm trying to be considerate when I'm doing things, especially when it's a situation in which someone is performing a service for me. But I guess maybe that's more of a rhetorical question. Hot off the presses that Boney Mellifluous is leaving the Denver Nuggets. What was his name?
Bones Highland.
Bones Highland is leaving. Kevin Durant is going to the Phoenix Suns.
Yeah, right?
To join Steve Nash and Charles Barkley.
No.
I'm sorry?
I mean, Charles Barkley, I think, still lives in Phoenix, but...
Well, anyway, KD goes to the Suns, and I think the Nets got like half the NBA for the trade or something.
Actually, they gave up a lot of, I think, 4 first-round draft picks in Mikal Bridges.
Well, people were kind of making fun of the fact that the Brooklyn Nets had amazing players, and all of them are gone.
Yeah. They have blockbuster deals to get, you know, first you sign Kyrie, then you sign Durant, then you make the trade to get
James Harden.
And then they played maybe 70-something games together, didn't really gel, and now they're all gone. It's crazy. And I think I just saw Mo Bamba was traded to the Lakers for Patrick Beverly. There's a lot of trades going on today.
Mo Bamba.
Mo Bamba. He's got a song named after him.
He does?
And who else? D'Angelo Russell got traded to the Lakers last night. Like, that was a big trade. And then within a few hours, you get this Kevin Durant trade that blows that one out of the water.
Jay Crowder goes to the Nets.
Jay Crowder goes to the Nets, and then he got traded to the Bucks.
Yeah.
So there's just a lot of movement today.
The Cavaliers.
Westbrook is in Utah now.
Oh, is he really?
And he's probably going to get bought out and signed somewhere else. We'll see.
The Cavs want a guy named Royce O'Neal.
From the Nets, yeah.
From the Nets, but it looked like he spent a lot of time playing in summer leagues. I don't really know much about this guy.
He's pretty good, though.
Okay.
I mean, depending on what they'd have to give up to get him, I'd be fine with that, but I'm also fine with the Cavs staying pat. I like the team. I think they're a young team, and they're just going to get better if the more they play together.
Well, they are definitely a young team. Okay, so yeah, a lot going on there, but Kevin Durant is the one that's grabbing all the headlines today.
Yeah, I mean, that's a huge trade to a team that didn't have to give up Devin Booker or Chris Paul. So that is a true big 3 there. And big 4 because they got DeAndre Ayton, and he's no slouch. He's a good player.
So now Kyrie's in Dallas.
Yeah.
KD is in Phoenix. Where did Harden go?
Harden didn't go anywhere. Westbrook went to
Harden's
Utah.
still with the Nets.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
D'Angelo Russell went from the Wolves to the Lakers, and that was a 3-team trade, and it ended up sending Mike Conley to the Timberwolves and Russell Westbrook to
It's one giant chess game.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Because I think the Nets
pieces.
had hit Cleveland up about Karis LeVert too at some point. So they're like, everybody's kicking the tires on everybody else, and then you see how it shakes out.
They're just trading for all the guys that they traded away so that they could sign, so they could get Harden, basically.
Devin Booker, this is the only contribution I have to this conversation.
I'm looking forward to it.
Devin Booker was the one that just broke up with Kendall Jenner.
Yeah, over the mud pie. Just talked about that yesterday.
It was in Perez Bilton's Hot Celebrity Gossip.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, Devin Booker is from Grand Rapids, Michigan. I remember that.
Oh, he Puerto Rican, half black.
Well, he's Melvin Booker's kid. Remember Melvin Booker?
No.
Oh, not you.
I don't remember Melvin Booker.
Oh,
either.
really? Yeah,
No.
Melvin Booker
Yeah,
was
that
like
goes pretty far back.
Yeah, well, early 90s. Yeah, I mean, I'm old, but
I watched a lot of basketball then. I just don't remember Melvin Booker.
yeah, he played for like Houston and Denver and the Pittsburgh Piranhas. He's one of those guys that went back and forth between like, the NBA and
just kind of a journeyman guy.
Yes, the CBA. So yeah.
Well, he looked good. He'll do fine without Kendall Jenner.
I mean, won't everyone do fine? I'm doing fine without Kendall Jenner. I feel pretty good about it.
Yeah.
I'm doing just fine without Kendall Jenner. And I bet you are too. Till she sees that bloody nip.
All right, Poundcake, I want you to look up a picture of Kevin Durant's hair and tell us what your thoughts are on that, because he's one of those dudes that his hair is falling out and he will not shave his head. And I think, like, if you see a dude like that, what are you thinking about a guy that's got that patchy?
See, well, this is
thing going.
I think he's making a statement, because there's no way someone with as much money as Kevin Durant has, he should be walking around like this. So I think he has some type of endorsement in the works. This would be my guess, because there's Beijing, which LeBron James is famous for using. It's artificial hairline. It's essentially like paint, and it looks like your real hair, and you just put it in.
Right, but they can't wear it during games because it'll drip all over them and they'll look like Rudy Giuliani.
Well, then LeBron must have gotten hair plugs, because his hairline went from look like mine, where I damn near had a bald mohawk, to him having a full head of hair. So
but his doesn't look that good right now. Like when he plays games, you can still see he's got male pattern baldness going on the top of his head.
Yeah, he absolutely has it, but I think he's keeping it like this to get attention. And he's going to get an endorsement by Rogaine or somebody. Somebody's going to endorse him. I'm telling you.
That's one way to get it.
I love his theory.
Mm-hmm.
It is. That's the only reason why, because it's not a good look. The one guy who has the funny haircut that looks like the guy from the Jeffersons that you used to
Sherman Hemsley.
Isn't that his thing? Like, isn't
well,
he
that's
known
his
for
thing.
that?
But he's like a 19-year-old, 20-year-old kid that went, hey, I'm losing my hair as a teenager. I might as well lean into it, grow out the sides, and let it be puffy, and it's pretty funny.
I mean,
and he rocks it.
There are guys out there that have plenty of swag, and they think very highly of themselves, where they're like, I'm a ball player, I'm rich, I ain't got to impress nobody, so my hair can look any type of way, I don't have to shower. There are those dudes out there, and girls will still mess with me. Like that type of attitude. I just don't think that's Kevin Durant. I just don't. I think he's going to, in the next couple weeks, maybe months, he's going to come out with his own.
But it's been like this for
hairline.
years.
Why is it just getting attention now, though?
It's not just getting attention now. I just brought it up to you now.
Well, all the articles I'm looking at is like January 2023. Like it. Okay,
I mean, it's been brought up before.
Okay, well, I didn't know about it, and I would just say maybe he's keeping it like that. He's holding out. Like, do you remember all the years I was, dribbling down the court looking hit because I had a receding hairline and a male pattern
looking
baldness?
hit.
Well, here now.
Not anymore. They do the before and after.
Yeah, right.
Let me hit you with this.
It's like an old cigarette commercial where that women just have their hands all over him, and
If you want to hoop like Durant, get this hair
Durant. I gotcha.
You get a hairline from 1985.
Well, I'll tell you what, that is a hell of a theory. He really went from Devin Booker to. By the way, we're going to be in Arizona for spring break, Poundcake, and Devin Booker has a massive compound out there. I'm going to go up and knock and see what's going on with him.
Nah, just bring back.
Take a picture with him and just go, hey man, buddy of mine's real concerned about you and Kendall. Doing okay? Just to make sure.
I mean, bring you back something.
I'll send you his number.
Give me something that I can smell.
Let me give
some black sniff.
Let me give you $1,000 here. Without further ado, it's a chance to go fund yourself. Good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000. Enter the nationwide keyword GRAND at WMMS.com. That's GRAND. Enter it now at WMMS.com. And good luck from Buzzard Radio.
If you listen to us on iHeartRadio, you can always leave us messages there. Anytime you want, there's a little talkback button.
This is Brian Hendricks from Florida, Orlando, Florida, the Sunshine State. Just want to let you all know that I grew up with WMMS most of my life, And for the past 3.5 years, I've been down here in the Sunshine State where it's nice and warm. But I sure miss you guys, so thank God for the iHeartRadio app so I can listen to y'all whenever I want. Take care.
Oh, listen to Brian down there in Orlando. Hey, guys, what's going on? I really miss you guys. By the way, speaking of Orlando, one of the first casualties of the shakeup over there at Disney, because Disney encompassed everything from Marvel to this and that, and they've had the parks and ESPN and the whole thing. And as part of their reorganization, so they can cut a bunch of costs, they need to get about $6 billion off the books, is ESPN. I think still technically under the Disney umbrella, but ESPN is going to be spun off into its own thing. And so you're starting to see a handful of casualties. And the first one was a short-lived format down there in Orlando called Florida Man Radio. I remember when they launched this a couple of years ago. They had Florida Man Radio. They were leaning into the Florida Man thing, right? So they had, it was just a bunch of guys who've been in different markets in Florida forever, have some, regional cachet, and they put them on this kind of dude-centric radio station down there. Like the umpteenth Florida station that Bubba the Love Sponges worked for and things like that. They had to blow up Florida Man Radio. So listen,
isn't that a bummer?
What I would say, now mind you, the station was a non-factor in that market. It had like a 0.1. But for people who are into something like that, maybe you're like Brian. Maybe you're down there in Orlando. You're zipping around, looking for a new show. Welcome to Ohio Man Radio, the Florida of the North. Alan, did you see the model who had a poop phobia? I did see that. Do you see that, Poundcake? The model who she didn't poop for 2 weeks and fainted?
See, I don't have a phobia. I just have a phobia of pooping in public
pooping
places.
At work, This was a girl. Wow. This is a model over in the UK. And first of all, British food is going to bind you up something fierce in the first place.
So if you're not used to it.
Combine that. Well, she lives there. She's used to it. But combine that with a poop phobia. And
how do you I don't understand it. But you've been pooping your entire life. When did it become a phobia?
These are the things we ask you. She said, I don't like using other people's toilets. I don't like doing it in a public place. I'm poo shy. Sometimes I don't poo for 2 weeks, and then I get bloated. None of this is good if you're trying to be a model.
Correct.
You're getting in better shape.
Yeah, but I've been pretty consistent with my phobia. I've had that phobia since I was little. I did not like pooping in front of people.
No one likes pooping in front.
I'm just saying, I had that from when I just remember the last time it really got bad was when I was in Orlando at Fort Wilderness and we couldn't use the RV toilet and I got backed up. And my uncle thought, again, I was bulimic because I didn't poop for 3 days. And then he was like, all right, I guess you can use the RV toilet. And I blew it up. I made everyone leave. And then I would just plop, plop, plop. And I was good. I enjoyed the rest of my vacation.
By the way, her timing couldn't be better, or anybody who finds themselves in that same situation. There is a new, it's not even a drug. It's a drug-free way to deal with your constipation. It is a vibrating pill that you swallow, and then it works its way through your guts.
Vibrant is not a laxative and works with your body's natural process. Simply swallow with a glass of water. Vibrant's unique drug-free approach uses gentle vibrations to stimulate the colon mechanically. The pre-programmed timing of the mechanical stimulation is thought to improve the natural colonic mobility by leveraging the colon's biological clock. The disposable capsule is expelled with natural bowel movements.
Yeah,
no,
there you
I
go.
don't believe you. Well, so then what are you supposed to do?
You get your colon automatically taken care of there. And
I'm going to turn it up to 11 and see if I can time it out just right.
Absolutely not.
Have myself a little...
Honey, stay out of here. You do not want to be a party to this, all right? I've been eating chili all week. You got to get the hell out of here. My Vibrant is going crazy.
If that's not a polar blast punishment, I don't know what it is.
Swallowing a Vibrant?
Taking a laxative and then swallowing a Vibrant.
Yeah, maybe so.
No, what are you supposed to do after that? Just fish it out? Is it a reusable pill?
No, you poop it out.
You poop it out.
I know, but so it's done after that.
Yeah, I'm sure it's like a one-time use.
No way.
You're not going to rinse it off and...
rinse it off and swallow it again.
Right. I didn't think about that.
To determine if my pipe is dirty. Making sure my butt is pretty. Making sure my butt is pretty. Making sure my butt is pretty. sure my butt is pretty.
Well, anyway, Science March is on, and
That's the devil.
Don't you forget it. I've got to take a break. If you want to send a text for anything, 35192 to get me there. AlanCoxShow.com if you want to watch. And wherever you are, you can listen on the aforementioned iHeartRadio app.
People are going funding crazy around here.
Oh my God, I'm gonna cry.
Yeah, this is insane. My heart is pounding.
It's real funding easy to go fund yourself.
I just won $1,000.
Gotta be in it to win it.
Up to 13 funding chances a day every weekday to win 1,000 funding dollars.
So I just did me some talking to the sun. And I said I didn't like the way he got things done.
Man, this song was, when I was a little kid, this song was massive. Raindrops keep falling on my head. B.J. Thomas is the guy singing it. He didn't write it, but he had the biggest hit with it. It was in Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid. That's where it got really, really famous. But the guy who wrote it was a guy named Burt Bacharach, who was famous for hundreds of songs, either that he wrote for other people or that were in films. And he was, back in the day, one of the biggest, most successful pop composers of all time. And Burt Bacharach died.
Yeah, I didn't know he was alive still. It was, what, 94?
In 94 years old, yeah.
I remember his classic appearance in Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me.
He had two of them. He was in the first one and the second one.
I was in the first. Oh,
yeah,
that's
Mike
right,
Myers
he was in the
loved him.
first.
Remember he's
Yeah.
on the double-decker with
that's
Elizabeth
right.
Hurley?
I forgot he was in the first one, too. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Burt Bacharach.
What the world needs now is love, sweet love. No, not just for some, but
God, Elizabeth Hurley was so foxy.
Oh.
I forget she's in that movie.
She's great. I just watched Bedazzled a couple weeks ago, and man, she's definitely one of those all-time women for me that I can just go back and feel like a kid again.
And she looks great.
Yeah.
Still looks amazing.
Yeah. She's so hot.
And then he brings him back. The Spy Who Shagged Me was him and Heather Graham.
Heather Graham, yeah.
She was Felicity Shagwell. Mm-hmm. And it was him and Elvis Costello.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Burt Bacharach and Mr. Elvis Costello.
What a ridiculous movie series.
I know, right?
I love it, though.
Möchtest du tanzen?
The Austin Powers film series, by the way, is a series that could not be made now.
No.
Or would have to be made in a very, very different way
And
now.
what's so funny about it is there's a lot of jokes about how much more politically correct things are in the late 90s, early 2000s.
Yeah.
And it would be kind of funny to jump ahead and see, like, you know, it might be funny to make another one.
Yeah.
Just if he was frozen since the year 2000, what,
now he's in
3?
2023.
Yeah, now he's in 2023, and they're like, well, you know, you can't do any of that stuff that you thought was okay in the 90s. And
it's so weird to think that that's how Beyonce made her breakout role.
As an actress.
Yeah.
She hadn't done much acting other than that. I mean, she's in Dreamgirls, right? And
yeah, she was
a couple
in
of things. But
Dreamgirls, that was
she had a lot of movies.
Did she?
She had the one acting role she had that didn't involve singing was that, like, the one with Idris Alba and the white chick is like Disturbed or something like that.
Obsessed.
Obsessed, that's what it was. And she's like, you come into my house, you touch my child.
Well, I remember she was in Cadillac Records, too, which was better than people gave it credit for.
Etta James.
Yeah. But I think that a lot of people remember her from Goldmember. That was the third one, right?
what was her name in that?
Foxy Cleopatra or something. Yeah.
Foxy Cleopatra.
I never saw that third one. Because
Well,
the first two, like, when you're, and again, I wasn't a kid. A lot of people love the Austin Powers movies because they were kids. I was in college, and I still thought they were funny because they were just stupid fun or whatever. But the thing with Mike Myers, that every movie he does, the jokes you can see coming 4,000 miles away. And so you have to enjoy those jokes because you already know what they are. If he's drinking the coffee and it looks like poop on his lip, like, you laugh because it's silly and it's
so over
fun.
the top.
But
the thing is,
there's a short shelf life on that kind of comedy.
When he's doing that stuff, like his bigger hits, Austin Powers, those are funny, but I still always go back to, I mean, I love the Wayne's World movies, which aren't exactly subtle, but I think there's a little more nuance to some of the jokes in those, and just like the characters. And then you have So I Married an Ex-Murderer, which is just such an underrated. Me and Chad Daniels were talking about that movie when we were in Sacramento.
Great movie.
And just like going like scene by scene because we love that movie so much and nobody knows about it.
Yeah. Great movie. Nobody knew about it at the time. I saw it in the movie theater with 3 other people. I saw it twice. I saw it twice in the theater.
I didn't get to see it in the theater, but once it was on VHS, it was on like a regular rotation at our house, and like me and my older brothers and my friend Norby would just quote it constantly. Yeah, isn't it Norbert?
Norbert, not Norbit.
Yeah. Norbert.
So yeah, Burt Bacharach. He won Grammys. He won Oscars. He wrote dozens and dozens and dozens of hit songs. But Raindrops Keep Falling on My Head when I was a little kid, because that was in Butch Cassidy, the Sundance Kid. He wrote for Dionne Warwick. He wrote for Tom Jones. He wrote for Aretha Franklin. You know, in like the 80s, maybe 70s, 80s, whatever, he was married to a woman named Carol Bayer Sager. She was a singer. And so for a while it was Burt Bacharach and Carol Bayer Sager. Their names were all one long thing for about a decade in the mid-'80s, because they would do like variety shows and things like that. But yeah, still alive, still doing stuff. 94. He did great song from him that I never hear a lot of people talk about. You know, when you're just sitting around talking about the greatest hits of Burt Bacharach, we've all had that late night conversation. We've all, you know,
right, you're blowing some lines of cocaine, and then you're like, Burt Bacharach.
Let me tell you, the Burt Bacharach I know.
Yeah.
Is House Is Not a Home is a great song. Dusty Springfield did it. Luther covered it in the early 80s. Luther Vandross.
Oh, so that's where that song came
Yeah.
Okay, so I only know
great
it from
song.
Luther.
Yeah, is another Burt Bacharach song. You could easily do, if you were so inclined, you could do a radio format of all of the Burt Bacharach songs, because he wrote so many different kinds of songs for different people. Some of them he performed himself. They've been covered a billion different ways. You could easily do something like that. You could do WBRT and get people tuning in. But yeah, I forgot about Heather Graham and that awesome. But Heather Graham's so foxy.
Foxier
so cute.
than Foxy Cleopatra? I don't know, but she's pretty foxy.
I don't know what she's doing.
I mean,
now.
they did a great job with all the leading women in those movies. Like, yeah, I was there for the jokes, but I didn't mind looking at any of those women.
I like a movie where, because if you recall the beginning of Austin Powers 2, it is revealed that Elizabeth Hurley was a fembot the whole time. So I like when a sequel starts with the last person from the first one and they kill them immediately. Yeah. It's like a horror movie, you know? The final girl lives in the first Friday the 13th, and then she gets killed in the very beginning of the second one, so then get the new cast in. I love that. That narrative thread that goes through.
And I love the way they break down the fourth wall, and they're like, turns out she was a fembot the whole time. And they're like, okay, like just kind of like, yeah, we know it makes no sense, but hey.
This is some footage that we shot beforehand, and we're going to use it for this one. Heather Graham was in that, anybody see that MGK Western that he did a couple years ago? She was in that.
The Machine Gun Kid?
It should have been. No, when he's a thespian, he's Colson Baker. When he's on stage, he's Machine Gun Kelly. But when he's acting... And the short-lived show, Roadies over there on Showtime is great. And that he was Colson Baker. No, he had a Western called The Last Son a couple of years ago. It was good. It was all right. And she was in that. I mean, Heather Graham's like my age. She looks dynamite. I know what'll make everybody feel better. You want some more Jenna?
Oh, sure.
You know, Jenna calls us nonstop on the after-hours line and just leaves constant voicemails. And so... sometimes we like to repurpose them so everybody can enjoy them at once.
It's time for Sweet Nothings with Jenna from Poland.
Nobody gives me any respect, but all the queers get respect.
This has been Sweet Nothings with Jenna from Poland.
You know, she's mentioned the queers on a couple of occasions. And there's something strange about it.
Her and I have some in common.
You mention the queers all the time, but you don't even do that. That's not even a word that you use with any regularity.
I don't use queer.
You could if you want to, but
there's a lot of things I could do if I wanted to.
Oh, well, not here you couldn't. I'm talking about here. I don't care what you do out there. But yeah, she's really got a boner for...
She wants some respect.
It put some respect on her name. Yeah, I like them because they're so out of context.
I feel weird using like I feel like a Roseanne. Like I'm so queer. I'm so queer because I'm so different from you guys. That word is just queer. It's a queer word. It's very weird. I don't know. I don't like.
Well, for a
it.
long time it was a slur, and then it kind of got reclaimed, and then
because we're here not queer, right?
Well, I mean, even after that, and back then, like you had to be gay to use it. Now it feels as it's still a word that I associate with a slur, so it's not one that jumps to my mind, but it feels like a word that when somebody uses it just in normal conversation, it's not so weird anymore. I don't know. I could be completely misreading it.
I've heard people just say like, "Oh, I'm queer." Oh, okay.
Right. Well, that's still referring to themselves. I mean like other people referring to it not as a slur.
Until I started doing like the Pride Guide and like being a part of like the actual LGBTQ.
You're the Pride guy over on you're on Pride Radio?
106.5.5.
106.5.5. Hi everybody, it's the Lake HD2. Is that what it is?
It's the Lake. It's 106.5.
The Lake. The Lake.
The Lake.
The Lake.
I thought the Q was LGBTQ,
right?
Like queer. It's not.
It's Poundcake on Pride Radio. We gay anything.
Yeah.
Did you say you're the Pride guy?
I do the Pride Guide.
Oh, Pride Guide. I thought your alter ego was the Pride guy.
Oh, hell no. Do you know how quickly I would be canceled?
No, not really. No, it's Pride Radio and you're gay. I mean, like you said, you can say whatever you want. But I thought that maybe you were being referred to. Hey, everybody, it's, to separate yourself from Poundcake. Are you Poundcake on Pride Radio?
Yeah, I mean, that's how I'm known. I feel like when they book me to do those Pride, what do we do on Pride, Bill? Like the flat out Pride?
Flat out Pride, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm Poundcake there.
Well, no, what I'm saying is that's locally. Anything you're doing on the app, people can listen anywhere. That's why I wondered if maybe you were.
I mean, at this point, I'm Poundcake on this show. I'm Poundcake on my podcast. Like, I'm Poundcake. Like, that is.
I just wondered if you grabbed another alter ego. Grab another alter ego for yourself for Pride Radio.
You should change your socials to Poundcake.
What are they now? Oh, Cody B. Radio Cody
no,
B.
because that has been guarantee you Poundcake has been taken.
Well, you can find one that's like Poundcake 216.
Do you know how hard it is? I am on Radio Cody B, on Instagram, like across the board. I got Radio Cody B, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok. No way am I changing that.
Yeah, but it's not like it starts you from zero. You just rename yourself.
No, I don't want to because I don't want to unless they all.
But if you can find one that works for all of it.
It's not that deep. People on if they follow me on Instagram, they know I'm Poundcake. Like I'm still Radio Cody B. Like,
and if you search Poundcake on Twitter, he comes up.
But it's Poundcake one word, not.
And then a lot of girls' asses come up for Poundcake.
Yeah, no, I'm not doing that. It's not that deep.
Oh, sorry, that's Pound a Cake.
Because
all right, well, that's different.
I put it in the bio, aka Poundcake. And that's good enough.
Mm-hmm.
Because I feel like a lot of people would be like, I was looking for, girls with big butts, and now you popped up.
Well, maybe you can point them to the right place. See, the thing that I've always thought was strange is his bio says radio extraordinaire, which seems to be the wrong way to apply that adjective.
Right.
Radio extraordinaire. If he said broadcaster extraordinaire, that seems like it would be the right thing. But he's always had radio extraordinaire.
I think it describes him perfectly.
Does it?
I mean, you know who he is.
He's radio outstanding.
Yeah.
Okay, well, there you go. But I just want to clarify that you weren't the Pride guy over there.
No, I'm the guy on Pride Radio that does the Pride Guide.
By the way, the Church of Satan has weighed in on that Sam Smith performance at the Grammys. He performed under red lights, and he had a red top hat, and the whole devil thing or whatever, and people, of course, his performance rivaled only by the performances of people like Ted Cruz pretending that it's 1985 all over again and screaming about the devil and their I swear to God, I don't know how this is real life. But all these loons screaming about the devil. And the Church of Satan was like, we thought it was kind of boring. Like, we didn't have a problem with it. We thought it was just fine. We had a problem with the hat, really. The top hat with the horns. We didn't care for that so much because it was just stupid. But actual Satanists, or the Church of Satan, They were like, we don't have a problem with this. It's completely fine with us. We would have liked for him to really go overboard. But he didn't. I think they're more in maybe the Lil Nas X lane when it comes to the satanic imagery.
Yeah, it's cartoony.
Right. So, it's supposed to be cartoony.
Yeah.
And Madonna warned everyone, are you ready for some controversy?
Right.
Right? Remember how Hank Jr. would ask if you were ready for some football?
Mm-hmm.
Well, are you ready for some football? Madonna asked if you were ready for some controversy, and that's how that came around.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What up, Satan? What'd you think of the Sam Smith performance? I always like to hear what from the man himself.
I liked it. I thought it was fantastic.
What?
I'll be real with you.
Yeah?
I'm a bit of a chubby chaser.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, man.
Like, he has chubbed up over the years, hasn't he?
He's looking round and sound, and I love it.
He's right on that cusp of moving into fat. Right now, he's just...
No, he's fat.
He's chubby. He's just a chubby boy.
I'll take him any way he comes.
Yeah.
I don't care if he's on the cusp.
Oh,
I'll do all of it.
Satan.
Yes, sir.
You're misgendering them.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, come on, Satan.
I like their fat ass.
See, that works.
better?
Yeah, that's better.
I'm getting called out by the pride guy over here.
So what was your favorite part of their performance?
Just everything they did. I liked all the gyrating. And I'll tell you something else. I liked the hat. Everybody hates the hat. I like the hat.
That's a controversial take, but I guess you're a controversial guy.
Hey, Bill, you know what that is? That's a hot take.
They don't get much hotter, do they? Poundcake, you're not laughing.
The pride guy didn't like that. That's a hot take from Satan down here. No, I like that hat. I'm going to set up, it's all my intellectual property, so I'm going to set up, I think, some merch to go along with that. So if you guys want to get one of those horny hats is what I'm calling them.
Horny hats?
I'll have those for you.
It would be interesting to see if a top hat could be a fashion staple again, especially if it's got devil horns on it. That would be a bold move by a lot of people. But I would like to see it. I'd like to see it take its place back at the top because, I mean, there was a while where top hats were all the rage, and they've been displaced by baseball caps like I'm wearing right now.
I will say this. Sam Smith in a top hat really, really surprised me because I thought for sure he'd be wearing a bottom hat. Oh, God. Get it? There's another hot take from the devil. Oh, bottom hat, Poundcake.
I have a question.
Lay it on me.
So I'm okay with the top hat. I'm okay with the horns. But why has everything got to be red? There's got to be more than one color down there in hell. Like, what other colors can someone be ungodly or unholy with?
Can you handle the truth?
Yes.
I'm going to get real with you. It's my fault because I've always had rosacea. I have a skin condition that makes me look very, very red all the time. Now you combine that with the eons and eons of heat down here.
The what?
The rosacea and the heat down here. Everything's red. It's not my favorite either, but everybody's just taken that and they ran with it, and now everything's got to be red.
Well, they want to make you feel comfortable in your own little home.
Yeah.
It's your oasis.
Listen, I gotta go, guys. I got a new shipment of those hats coming in. So
okay.
Anyway, remember, bottom hats.
Trying to forget.
Devil, devil, go away. Devil, devil, go away.
That dude knows what's up. Say what you want, but a hell of a lot worse than that. Good call, by the way, on the pronoun pride guy. I forgot about that. Mm-hmm. Forgot about Sam Smith as non-binary.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I've got to take a break here. If you want to get yourself on $1,000, well, we'll do it shortly. Another keyword coming for you. to go fund yourself on the way at 3:30. So listen for that. And after the break, if you want to get to our advanced screening of Ant-Man and the Wasp Quantumania, we're going to do it next Wednesday night in Rocky River, and I will have a couple of passes for you coming back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show
On iHeartRadio.
Get ready to celebrate the songs and artists
Peppers.
It's iHeartRadio.
Only iHeartRadio gives you access to all. And best of all, it doesn't cost a thing. Download the absolutely free iHeartRadio app now.
It's time to give stuff away, away. Alan Cox, baby, giving stuff away. Give stuff away.
All right, want to go see the new Marvel Studios Ant-Man and the Wasp Quantumania. It's going to be in theaters everywhere 1 week from tomorrow. We're going to do a screening a couple nights prior. So next Wednesday, you can see it early. Wednesday, February 15th, we're going to do it at the AMC Westwood Town Center in Rocky River. So grab a pal and be caller 10. And I'll get you in. A couple of preview passes for Ant-Man and the Wasp Quantumania. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show. Listening to the show doesn't make you a bad person. That thing in the foot locker at the end of your bed, that makes you a bad person. MMS.
The Buzzard.
You going to go to that Ant-Man screening?
Oh, yeah. Got my tickets. Taking my squad, movie squad.
Paul Rudd, he's from Kansas City. He's a Chiefs fan. He'll be
Yeah.
rooting for the Chiefs there on Sunday against the Eagles. Gary Payton II has been traded. You see that?
Oh, another man.
Trailblazers sent him to the Warriors for 5 second-round picks. There you go. His dad was a big deal on the Sonics back in the day, right?
Yep.
Gary Payton won.
Yep. And then he went to the Heat. Well, I think he went Sonics, Lakers, Heat.
By the way, devotion to accuracy, because we both whiffed this earlier. Harden's been on the Sixers for a minute.
Oh, I know that.
You said he was still with the Nets.
No,
And-
no. I know
I
he's
think we
with the
both
Sixers.
said he-
Yeah, I think.
Oh, okay.
I know he was been with the Sixers since last season.
Because I was talking about, I think we both knew, but I don't know, brain fart or whatever, but people were blowing me up last break.
Well, I said that he...
Because Durant left the Nets, and then Kyrie went to Dallas, and then I think
Harden started he was the last one to get there, first one to leave.
Mm-hmm.
And I said that, they played like a few games together, like maybe 70 games together total, and then they're all gone now. So I said that they're all gone.
Yeah, somebody said that the three of them played 13 games together.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah. I have more money for you here in a few minutes. So, next chance to win $1,000 and go fund yourself is about 5 minutes from now. Next week on the show, there are a lot of shows coming to Cleveland this summer and into the fall. Ministry, in addition to doing some festival dates and going out in that Rob Zombie, Alice Cooper run, going to do some headlining dates, one of them here in the spring. Ministry with Gary Newman in Frontline Assembly. That's going to be May 5 at the Agora. I will have those for you next week. If you want to go see Clutch, they're doing May 14th at Jacobs Pavilion. If you want to go to Incarceration, that's 3 days in July out in Mansfield. Slipknot, Pantera, Limp Bizkit, Megadeth, Volbeat, Lamb of God, many, many more. And then if you want to go see Disturbed, they're doing Blossom with Breaking Benjamin and Ginger, end of August. So all four of those shows, all next week. We will be out Monday, but the remainder of next week, I will have all those shows for you. So a little something for everybody, quite frankly. I think I will probably find myself at all four of those shows. And if I find myself there, stands to reason, you could find myself there too. Is that how that? Things. Do you see that they're bringing At Midnight back?
Yeah, to CBS.
So
It's
this
going to take over the James Corden spot.
Yeah,
right?
This goes to show you what's happening now with late night television. There have been they keep moving the chains on late night television. It's just the way things are now. There are going to be no more late night hosts that a network pays $8 million a year or whatever, right?
Right, because it's all moved to podcasting.
Well, it's all
for the
moved to
most
just
part.
clips to YouTube or whatever, and the crowds for late night television are just not.
Conan saw the writing on the wall, and he made that move, and I think it's working out pretty well for him. He's doing real well with his podcast.
Well, yeah, podcast's great once you sell it to someone. You know, you can dick around on your podcast for 10 years, but when someone buys it from you, that's when you cash in.
I think it depends on the audience that you have. If you have an audience like Conan has, where he owns his podcast, he's making really good money.
Well, because
you have
his
Joe
company.
Rogan,
Right.
that, you know, but you need that audience. So if
Well,
you
have
can,
a built. The people who are the most successful at it are the people who already had a built-in audience from something else, or they did it for, you know, some people think Rogan popped out of nowhere. A guy was doing his own thing for like 10 years.
Well,
He's
been doing this some version of the Joe Rogan Experience since 2004 or 2003 even.
So a long time, and then you cash out. You get your big payday and you cash out. Conan owns all of his own stuff, obviously. But even, you know, Satellite paid him a bunch of money, so now I think they own part of it. Anyway, they decided, since James Corden said he didn't want to go on with that show, he's going to go back to England. And he's been saying it for a while, that they're like, who are they going to get? And the smart money was on them getting no one. I did not see this coming, but you might remember the show that was on Comedy Central years ago called At Midnight, and Chris Hardwick was the host. He is not attached to this. I'm not sure how he feels about that. But I thought Chris Hardwick created it. He did not create it. But Stephen Colbert basically owns that whole block now for CBS Late Night. So he is going to be executive producing At Midnight.
I won the fan vote or whatever it was, because they would have all these contests, like hashtag contests, and it was like make a NBA player a food or something.
I
like that.
remember we used to just all kind of kick in on these.
Right, and it was mine was Dikembe Mutombo, and that was the top hit.
That's good.
And I got on At Midnight because of that. That was pretty cool.
It's been off for about 6 years. I guess they decided they're going to bring it back. But they can't possibly do it for an hour. So I'm curious what that second half hour is going to be. I mean, Late Show. This will also be the end of the Late Show franchise. Because I remember when they revived it, it was Letterman owned that whole block. When he went over to CBS, Worldwide Pants got their say of who did the show after him. That was part of his contract. He moved to 11:30. He gets to say what follows him. And 20 years ago, he was a big Tom Snyder fan. Tom Snyder was a guy you might remember, if you're old enough, who was a big deal. He had talk shows in the 70s, and he's been dead now probably about 15 years. But when I was a kid, Tom Snyder was like a big deal because he wasn't a conventional talk show host. He'd sit there, and back in the day, you could have a talk show on late night where it was a couple people talking about something intellectually stimulating for an hour, and people would tune in. It ain't like that anymore. So Letterman liked Snyder. Snyder didn't really get any ratings after Letterman, but Letterman didn't care. And then it became Craig Kilborn. He left The Daily Show to replace Snyder. And then it became Craig Ferguson, who I thought had the best iteration of that show.
I was going to say the same thing.
So this is basically the end of that Late Show thing. It's going to be Colbert. It's going to be At Midnight. But again, they're not. I can't imagine they're going to do an hour of At Midnight. It was a 30-minute show on Comedy Central, and they really stretched that out into 30 minutes. Yeah. It's a very thin premise, but it was a fun show.
It was very fun. Topical, punchy, one-liner type jokes. It was like a pretty fun writing exercise.
So that's going to replace Corden. He's going to go back to the UK. He made it pretty clear that they had to drag him kicking and screaming into doing this show in the first place. Les Moonves just threw him a bag of money, but they're not going to be throwing bags of money at people anymore. You're going to have one guy on each network who's going to get some money. You're going to have Fallon on NBC, you have Colbert on CBS, and you have Kimmel on ABC. Jimmy Kimmel's been doing that show for 20-plus years now.
Isn't that crazy?
And he's to the point where when he's like, if you want me to do that, I'll quit. And they'll back off because they don't want to lose him because that's all they got. I mean, reruns of old sitcoms will only get you so far on network television. If it's like a local channel or it's a cable channel or something, you can do that. But there's still, those late night shows still print money. But this is, this is the surest sign that they're like, we're not going to get somebody to replace. We're not going to put another person in a talk show and pay them tons and tons of money. Because all these streamers, all these networks are looking closer than they ever have at the bottom line. Because there's so much competition now. So Corden will go back to, what? Doing stage and doing sitcoms on the BBC. And being happy. I'm going to give you money here. I'll throw a bag of money at you. Right here. Chance to go fund yourself with $1,000. Good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000. Enter the nationwide keyword cash at WMMS.com. That's cash. Enter it now at WMMS.com. And good luck from Buzzard Radio.
Alan Cox Show After Hours line. It's not just Jenna who has access to it. Anybody can call. And a lot of people do. And you can do the same. 216-986-8903 to leave a voicemail.
Hey, Alan, it's Matt. It's about a week ago now, but you guys were talking about being around uncomfortable public breakups. So I was on a flight from O'Hare to Salt Lake City, very crowded flight. I was on the aisle. There was, an attractive looking, I can only assume Mormon couple sitting next to me because they all seem to be fairly attractive. And they broke up mid-flight, probably while we were over Iowa somewhere. Something came to light about something that the husband had done in Chicago. I was trying not to pay attention, but literally we were sharing a row of 3 seats with them, middle and window, and me on the aisle. And she ended the marriage on the flight.
Wow.
But they continued the fight through the terminal in Salt Lake City. At one point, she takes her wedding band and engagement ring off, throws it at him. I wind up picking it up because it landed on my shoe. Said, "You dropped this?" And I gave it back to her, and she was very, grateful that I had given it back to her. But I was curious to see how that turned out. But it was a really uncomfortable, legitimate public breakup.
I would have went to the bathroom and tried to
He would have went, Bill.
I would have gone to the bathroom and tried to find them on social media so I could follow up.
Would you really care that much?
Yes.
But also, how are you going to find them?
But you saw the best part in front of you live in person.
I know, but I want to see. I want to know the backstory.
Yeah.
Because there's nothing.
It sounds like they were being pretty. She was being very illustrative of the backstory.
That's crazy.
I want to know more. I want to know how the friends feel.
You want all the dirt.
Because usually, I love the couples who have a shared Facebook because then they know exactly. It's pretty much just all typed by the wife, but the man sometimes is there for pictures or whatever. But if they have a regular Facebook and it just says, "Oh, married to such and such," for however many years, and then that just disappears and there's no announcement. That's very rare. No one's just gonna, maybe a relationship you don't want to call attention to, but when you're getting divorced, you're like, finally, after 34 years of being unhappy, going to therapy, trying my best, going to work day in and day out, I'm free. And then you can see all the comments "Oh, she's too good for you."
I'll tell you what, it is crazy what people in the heat, in the heat of a breakup or whatever, it is unbelievable what people post, especially if they work it out.
Yeah.
Because they have they have unnecessarily, I'm not going to blow anybody up, but I know how this has happened kind of in a circle close to me, where one person in the relationship aired all this dirty laundry, and then they worked it out. And I'm like, okay, but now everybody who follows you guys knows exactly what happened. It's none of our business.
Right.
Didn't need to know. It really, it's just such bad form. I had a friend years ago who did one of those shared Facebook pages, and I didn't know what it was at first. He lives in Florida, but he's one of the only people I still kind of keep in touch with from high school. And his wife's name was Martha, and it was his name and her name and the last name. And I was like, it didn't even occur. I didn't know that's what it was. I go, his middle name is Martha? This is a guy with a great job, and he's got pictures of his boats, and he's living it up. I go, I've known him since high school. His middle name's Martha? And then I think somebody was like, "No, you dummy, that's him and his wife." That was the first time I'd ever seen a shared Facebook page. I didn't even know that was a thing.
Said, "No, you dummy."
Because he wasn't he was not a kind of guy who was had to hide anything. You know what I mean? It made perfect sense that these two would have a shared Facebook
I don't see it
account.
that I don't see it that often, but when I do, I'm like, wow, Facebook can't like that. I imagine because it throws off like the algorithm. You like two separate things. Like the guy might not ever visit it, or he's just like, oh, when he goes on there, he's just looking and snooping through stuff, like maybe looking at a sports highlight, and then the girl's probably going on there to buy like, I don't know.
Yeah, I think those are
stuff.
usually people that aren't either
On it that often.
or
They just want to keep in touch with
dude,
like their
dude
grandkids.
messed up.
Right, like show me your passwords,
Yeah.
put my name on your face. But that definitely wasn't that. I was just like, I felt
Yeah,
so
he's
stupid.
probably just the guy that's not very active on social media.
By the way,
He's
has
very
everybody, because of Matt's call there, the people scream each other in the flight, has everybody seen the story about the guy who's mad because his wife won't call him a pilot?
Yes.
Okay.
This
So
is
there's
so
a thing
funny.
on there's a thing on Reddit, AITA, and it's am I the a-hole? And then people post these things. Hey, am I the a-hole for fill in the blank, right? My MAGA uncle wants to come for Thanksgiving. Nobody wants him there. Am I the a-hole because I said let's have him and blah blah blah. Well, anyway, this I think the guy posted the am I the a-hole. He's like, my job is I'm a manager at a chain restaurant, and I'm embarrassed about it. But my hobby is, for years and years and years, he's like, I'm married, we have whatever, we don't have problems. But he's like, I've spent thousands of dollars on flight textbooks and sim gear. And he goes, I'm an extremely passionate aviation enthusiast. I've never actually flown a plane or done any flight training, but I know all this stuff. And I guess they were at a party and somebody asked, what do you do? And his wife says he manages whatever the fast food chain is. And he got really mad and corrected her and said that he's a pilot. He's like, my wife knows how insecure I am about this, and I would much rather be introduced by my hobby. And of course, everybody started roasting this guy. You know, they're like, yeah, bro, I play a lot of video games, okay? But I'm not landing a plane or
As
anything.
a plumber
you know?
that saves princesses, I would just like to say that I'm on this guy's side.
But you know what? But you know what my brain automatically went to? And the people who were giving him a hard time are, of course, correct. But I would think that if your wife is cool, she would just go, I get it.
Mm-hmm.
The only trouble is, if she's in on it too, she's going to have to answer questions about her husband being a pilot, and you're putting her in a really bad spot. I mean, it is your hobby. You've never even taken one flight training class, but he's got so much information, I guess, in his brain that he wants to be referred to as his hobby.
Well, I'm a football GM as well, so I just really see where this guy is coming from.
Oh,
you know, all these years of fantasy football basically put me on that level.
Right. But also you could say, like, he's working toward becoming a pilot. Because that's not a lie.
Right.
And there's still wiggle room there.
Yeah.
You know, your wife wants you to pursue your dreams. She's like, he manages a Wendy's where you can get great stuff at all hours of the day and night.
No,
What?
breakfast is during breakfast hours only.
Oh.
He'll make that clear.
Oh. All right. If he's a manager, he won't leave that up to chance.
No. I'm trying to think of all the other professions that I have. Professional shoe collector.
Right.
Uh-huh.
Well, listen.
That
Are
one's
you?
actually pretty legit.
I was going to say, yeah, you're not far off.
Yeah.
I don't know what make it professional, but you could certainly check that box. I got to take a break here. If you want to send a text, 35192. You can watch if you like at AlanCoxShow.com. And wherever you are, you can listen on the iHeartRadio app.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Here is someone who sent an email. Yo, Rover, no one on your show
compromise. With a super low down payment to get started, you too can stop compromising and keep driving. Get a free quote today. Down payments vary and do not mean savings. Terms apply. Safe Auto Group Agency, Inc.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard. Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
Our phone operators are standing by with their thumbs up their asses waiting for you to call. So call.
Call the Alan Cox Show. 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
$35192 to send me a text. AlanCoxShow.com. Want to watch live? You can do it there. And you will do it, by the way, courtesy of Panis Femming. Is it Panis or Panis?
Panis.
Panis Femming. Back there in the video department. Comedian Ian Bagg will join us shortly, a little closer to 4:30. Always fun to catch up with him. He hasn't been on the show since we've moved downtown here. That's why I like telling comics who come in and they're doing Hilarities, I go, we're just down the street. You don't have to haul ass in a car out to Oak Tree anymore. You can just walk right down on a beautiful, breezy, sunny Cleveland day. I don't even know what the temperature is outside.
It's like 60 degrees, 60
It looks
plus.
nice. There's people walking around. They look happy. My
62 degrees.
My telephone thermometer says 62 degrees. That's right. 62. Imagine that. Now, the Cavs aren't in town tonight, but they beat Detroit very handily last night here at home. 113-85. There's simply no way to know what that point differential is, but it's sizable. Was that 30 points, 28 points?
Yeah.
Holy Magoli.
And that was without Donovan Mitchell and Darius Garland. They took them to the woodshed.
Right. A rumor that Kevin Love's contract might be bought out.
Yeah. I've heard that.
Poundcake, what do you think about that? A scenario in which elder statesman of the Cavaliers, Kevin Love, has he been with the team for 10 years?
Not quite.
But a while, long time.
Yeah, got him in 2000.
He's seen a lot of people come and go. Is anybody currently on the Cavaliers been there longer than Kevin Love?
No, he is the longest. Yeah.
He may wind up on the buyout market. He's fallen out of their rotation, has not played in the last 8 games. So he probably doesn't have a lot of trade value. But they are paying him $29 million. Wow. And this is the last year of his current contract.
I don't have that much, but I'd offer, something.
Offer for what, though?
To buy him.
And then do what?
I don't know. He's mine. I could do whatever I want with him, right?
Yeah. This isn't a slave auction. He's got a contract, and the Cavaliers would probably just pay the money and say, see you later. Now, if you could set up a GoFundMe and generate, let's make it an even $30 million. What would, because obviously in a situation like this, professional sports, you get bought out. Kevin Love's going to ride off into the sunset. I don't know that he has.
I think he'll probably sign with another team.
You think?
Yeah.
At 35, he's like, I want to, but wouldn't he want to retire as a Cavalier? Wouldn't he go do like 3 seasons with the Thunder and then come back here and hang his jersey? He's not going to retire as a Timberwolf.
I think he'll probably retire as a Cavalier, but I think, it's one of those things where he'll go maybe to Portland because he's from that area.
Oh, he is?
Yes. Or if he ends up on a championship roster, he's still a good guy to have in the locker room.
Okay.
He's, someone gets hurt, having that depth isn't going to hurt you.
Gotcha.
Especially if you don't have to pay that kind of price for him.
Mm-hmm.
So
right.
I think he'll end up on a roster.
All right, well, there you go.
I could see him reuniting with LeBron.
He played Little League with Klay Thompson.
Kevin Love, tall guys to be playing Little League, right?
Yeah, he grew up in Oregon, born in Southern California, but grew up in Oregon.
Speaking of Oregon, did you see that trailer for Air?
I did. The Matt Damon, Ben Affleck, long hair Bateman, the making of the Air Jordan.
Yeah, it looks interesting.
Yeah, I think it looks great. He's not playing Phil Knight, is he?
Ben Affleck is playing Phil Knight.
Oh, he is.
Yeah.
So Matt Damon is the guy who said, let's take an unsigned kid. Michael Jordan was like,
let's take a guy that's never
not even
played an NBA game,
right,
and give him this contract and build our brand around it. What a gamble. Didn't pay off.
We have kids in the Philippines lined up to make these shoes. You simply can't pass on this. I think Viola Davis, is she in there playing Michael Jordan's mom?
Yeah, she's playing his mom. I don't know who's playing Michael Jordan. I don't think Michael Jordan's in it that much.
I was going to say, I imagine they would cast somebody to just show up at the end as Michael Jordan.
Or they just use classic game footage.
Right. Is Michael Jordan cast? I don't see that in the cast listing. Matt Damon is Sonny Vaccaro. Ben Affleck is Phil Knight. Bateman's in it. Chris Messina. Chris Tucker. A great cast.
Great cast. And
Tom Papa.
Oh.
Our buddy Tom Papa plays Stu Inman. He was a guy who started the Portland Trail Blazers. And since Nike is a Pacific Northwest company, that's probably where that comes through. He was an assistant coach at Lake Oswego High School, alma mater of, coming full circle, Kevin Love.
Got it. Took a minute, but got it.
So there you go. But, yeah. I think Air is I don't like the name. Listen, it's short and it's sweet, and it's probably a great name for that movie for what it is. I don't know, man. I don't like any movie that has Air in the title and is not immediately followed by the word Bud. That's what I need in a movie. The word Air, the word Bud, and then a really high number. That's what I expect. Alan, that guy who wants his wife to refer to him as a pilot, I'm a United States Postal Service worker, and I tell people I'm a male escort.
Hey, dude, that's just clever. That's fun. I love that.
That's good. What do you do for a living? I'm a male escort. Oh, really? Yes, except it's M-A-I-L. I'm a professional dog puncher. Oh, what? Really? That sounds dangerous, huh? I'm a male escort. I'm surrounded by dogs, but they pay for it. The whole reason to get bought out, Alan, is to go play for a contender.
Yeah.
So they buy him out, and then he goes, I'm going to go play for a team that's going to win this year. I'm Kevin Love. Look at me. Yeah, okay. Let's go to a Broadway show. He's like Wayne and Garth. They should cast Michael B. Jordan as Michael Jordan.
That's
he's
so confusing.
He's too jacked to play Michael Jordan, right?
And
He's
not really tall enough either.
He's in prize fighter. Yeah, short, and he's in prize fighter shape.
I don't think he's short, but he's not
I was gonna say,
6'6".
how do they do that? Because all the athletes, when they do biopics of all like a Michael Jordan or a LeBron James, they're not gonna have them be the actual size.
No,
it's
so
Hollywood.
You do cast as tall as you can, though. Like you take a show like the one about the Lakers, and they had
Time.
Yeah, they had generally decently tall actors playing all the parts. So you're not going to get someone to be 7'1" and play Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. You'll get someone that's 6'8", 6'9", and you can cheat it the rest of the way.
I was gonna say I'd much rather have a lookalike and then just have them all in up camera angles, so they all look like
super tall.
It's like Space Jam. They all look super tall.
I mean, they can de-age Harrison Ford to put him in Indiana Jones. I think they can cheat someone's height.
Just deep fake everybody. Just put their faces on.
God, Harrison Ford. I love Harrison Ford. He's so crusty. He's like, this is an 80-year-old guy who is working nonstop, and it sounds like he just wants nothing to do with it. There's a great article on him in Variety. He was like, he's like, the interviewer's like, there's a rumor that you're kind of socially anxious. He goes, I'm not socially anxious. Just people bore me easily. I don't have time to listen to your awful stories. So I like to be by myself. I'm 80. And he's got like 5 things coming out.
I haven't
The
watched
Indiana
that show.
Jones, he's in that Shrinking with Jason Segel.
Is that any good?
I've heard it's awful. And
Really?
so I'm that's on my back burner right now. But he's also in he's in a bunch of things. He's in the Yellowstone prequel. He's doing the Cowboys thing with Helen
that's
Mirren.
right, yeah.
They're doing another season of that. But the guy's 80. He's like, I know who I am. I mean, he didn't even get famous until he was like 40. So he's, I don't have social anxiety. Everybody just bores me. Okay. I like him in Anchorman 2. He's great in that.
The only good part of Anchorman 2
was Harrison Ford. Remember Misha Barton? Remember an actress named Misha Barton?
Yeah, what was she?
She got famous on a show called The O.C.
Okay.
I never watched that show. But she's done things since then, but I think she blew up with all those kids from The O.C. And she said that when she was 19, her publicist told her it would be a really big career boost for her if she would sleep with Leonardo DiCaprio, who was 30 at the time.
Where's the lie?
So,
what 19-year-old wouldn't want to sleep with a 30-year-old?
A girl is trying to be a legitimate actress.
No,
Does not
she
want to
can't.
be like, I'm 19, I don't want to sleep with Leonardo DiCaprio
How many
to
serious
get.
actresses have linked up with other serious actors?
But in their own free time. But how many people do you really think have had their careers helped by actually sleeping with somebody?
I don't know. Jump on it.
They put you bang and they give you the 6th role on the call sheet in one movie. That's all they owe you. They don't owe you a career.
If you didn't bang, you probably would have the 7th right on.
She said, when I was 19 years old, my publicist said that you could get a huge career. Now, to be fair, her publicist's name was, get this right, Leonardo DiCaprio. I don't know who that guy is, but he was probably, he was pretending to be somebody else. He's pretending to be John Barron. Yeah, you should sleep with Leonardo DiCaprio. Because everybody gives this guy a hard time. I'm not quite sure why. It reeks of professional jealousy. There's nothing illegal about it. Everybody makes the jokes that, she's too old for him. How old is she? 21. He likes young girls, and they seem to like him. He's never been married. He doesn't have kids. He's 48 years old. I don't understand the problem with this. When did everybody get so proper about Hollywood? Just because you have access to people all the time now.
Movement.
Huh?
It's kind of a big movement.
But
about
he
that.
hasn't done anything wrong. He hasn't done anything. There's no evidence whatsoever or rumors that he's ever done anything untoward to these women. There's no evidence that he was like grooming her from,
and that's what gets on my nerves. Like, I don't understand.
I mean, when she was 19, he was 30. He was still a young guy.
Yes.
And they were like, hey, listen, get on board with this guy. I'm sure she's not the only person that got told that. They said that he's never dated anybody past their 25th birthday. That's probably not true. That's probably like Hollywood hyperbole. Yeah. But this 19-year-old model that they both said they weren't dating. They just, but he was going out with Giselle before Tom Brady. Like, he made his way around Hollywood. He broke up with Giselle when she turned 25. That's coincidence.
It's kind of a pattern.
That's coincidence.
See, my problem is I have a real issue with women like her because she makes it bad for people like me who do just want to sleep with like the celebrities. They don't want to be taken seriously. And so now she's ruining it for the rest of us.
Well, but here's the thing, because people go, that'd be like if David Harbour was dating Millie Bobby Brown. She's 18. Except that we became familiar with Millie Bobby Brown when she was a child. So that, to me, optically is a different thing. Stranger Things started when these kids were 11 or 12. Yeah, she's 18 now. David Harbour's married and all that kind of stuff. He's got Lily Allen. She's super foxy. But if Leonardo DiCaprio meets a 19-year-old, first of all, I don't know what the hell you'd have to talk with about a 19-year-old, but whatever. But the girl on The Last of Us is 19 years old. They're like, what if she was going out with Pedro Pascal? Yeah, it looks, because that girl looks like she's 10 years old. So it's all optics. But again, the guy's not doing anything wrong. And she didn't date Leonardo DiCaprio, this Misha Barton. She's like, I didn't do it. But the guy said, hey, listen, Leo and Giselle just broke up. There's room in there for you. And he's a good-looking dude. He's never changed his hairstyle. He's never changed his look. He's clearly not worried about, you'll see him on pictures on boats with his shirt off.
Mm-hmm.
Full-on dad bod.
Dude,
He's never, gotten ripped for... I'm not saying I care either. I'm saying this is a guy who knows who he is. Everybody applauds Harrison Ford, and basically Harrison Ford is like every other garden variety old guy. He just happens to be famous. Any old guy would go, I know who I am. People bore me. Yeah, that's everyone's grandfather. It's just that it's Harrison Ford saying it, so people go, ooh. But Leonardo DiCaprio knows who he is. He's almost 50. He probably feels weird about being single and 50 in Hollywood. All those other guys got married. McConaughey got married. Matt Damon got married. Affleck got married a couple of times. Leo's out there. Remember he used to have the Poon Posse?
Oh, yeah.
It was him, Tobey Maguire. I mean, when you're rolling with Tobey Maguire, of course you're going to look like a rock star.
I think he's...
And one for Spider-Man, nobody would know who Tobey Maguire was. But
what about that?
It was. Well, I'm
he was in
paraphrasing.
Seabiscuit.
Huh?
Wasn't he in Seabiscuit? That's
Who?
a big movie. Tobey Maguire.
Probably. That's what I'm saying.
Pleasantville. Are you saying Pleasantville wasn't a tentpole property?
It
launched
was
his career
because DiCaprio is like best friends with Q-Tip. So it was the two of them. It was Tobey Maguire. It was Lucas Haas. Remember him, the kid from Witness?
Oh, yeah.
And Kevin Connolly, who was E on friggin' Entourage. So yes, of course, you're gonna look like King Dong if you're Leonardo DiCaprio. Your buddies on Entourage, you were in Titanic. So he's, it's probably been a little rotating door over there. I think David Blaine was in and out of that group for a while. Ethan Suplee was in the Poundcake Posse. And I don't know if it's a hierarchy, but I bet you if it were, Leo is at the top. On a similar note, Ron Jeremy is probably not going to get tried for rape because he has severe dementia and they're putting him in a mental hospital.
Aww.
So that's his entire rape trial has been derailed. He looks like a dude from Duck Dynasty now.
He just looks
But they're like, he doesn't know what's going on with anything. They can't put him through this trial. So that's a lot of, if you pardon the pun, that's legal blue balls for the people who are hoping to get some kind of verdict against Ron Jeremy. But they're like, he can't even, his cognitive abilities are simply not there. So they put him in a mental hospital, and I don't think anybody thinks he's going to get out of there. Why'd you say, aw? Aw,
because he
Ron
looks
Jeremy.
like smeared paint. Like he just looks like a blob of clay there that they tried to make into something.
Well, he was never a handsome guy. He just happened to get older, and that's not going to be kind to anybody, let alone a guy that looks like him.
Ugh.
They called him the Hedgehog, for Christ's sake.
So it's awe. I don't care who you are. Dementia is a very serious thing. I've never seen dementia on a person until my grandmother on my dad's side. I didn't even get a chance to know who she was. I only knew her as this demented old woman who I was related to apparently, and we had to take care of her. And I was like, oh my God. I was like, this is my kin. So I was like, I might get this. It might skip a generation. So that's all I was thinking. I was like, I don't want this disease. She didn't know where she was. She didn't know who we were.
Yeah, no, it'd be awful for people where that runs in their family.
Yeah, we were like just some black people taking care of this old white lady. I'm already paranoid enough, and I'm supposed to be in the air quotes the right state of mind.
Uh-huh.
Imagine if I
They
was
thought you were trying to get into her will?
Oh, please. No. Yeah, right. As if she's like, I still know my card numbers. she's grabbing her purse as we're trying to lift her up to bathe her.
She's clutching her pearls.
She's like Aretha Franklin when she would bring her purse on stage. She's like, I'm bathing with my purse on, so I know you people won't take anything.
She's treating Poundcake like Bagger Vance, running away from him.
He's the help. I am a helpful brown, Grandma.
You are. That's true. If you listen on iHeartRadio, you can leave us messages there, too, on the talkback button.
All right, listen, everybody knows that I listen to your podcast, okay, because I need to keep tabs on the lies that you're talking about me. Now, I realize this is several days old, and you don't like to play my content because you don't like to let me defend myself because liberals don't like to hear the other side of the coin. Now, everybody knows that a little sucky and a little bath time, there's nothing wrong with that, okay, when you go to your mistress's house, all right? Everybody knows this. All right, this is not a secret, okay?
Well, I forgot about Alex Jones asking his mistress. Well, Alex Jones listens to the show.
Yeah.
He's leaving a message there about the sucky.
He loves it.
Look at that. That's nice, man.
Sucky.
Alex Jones.
Boy, those texts of his that came out in that trial, they keep rolling those out. I feel like he was drinking like 5 bottles of vodka every day and like, what? Are you trying to tell me that Alex Jones didn't have it all together? What? That's crazy.
1776!
Now that dude's sober. I got a break here. Our buddy Ian Bagg is going to join us shortly. He is doing the weekend right around the corner at Hilarities. So we'll catch up with him. I'll also have Fall Out Boy tickets for you when I get out to that show at Blossom this summer. I will hook it up coming back. And then 4:30 is going to be that next chance for you to grab some money, $1,000 to go fund to yourself.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or
we go. Are you ready?
Access to all of the best free curated playlists.
I can vibe with it all day.
Best songs.
A little bit of everything.
Access to all of the great podcasts for every interest.
Stuff they don't want you to know.
Dear Chelsea.
Wrestling with Freddie podcast.
Access to all of the mind-blowing contests.
$20,000.
You're going to the World Cup in Qatar.
That is just awesome.
Access to all of your favorite superstars.
This is Dave Grohl from the Foo Fighters.
Imagine Dragons. We're the Red Hot Chili Peppers. It's iHeartRadio.
Only iHeartRadio gives you access to all. And best of all, it doesn't cost a thing. Download the absolutely free iHeartRadio app now.
Now it's time to give stuff away. Time to give stuff away.
Okay, do you want to go see Fall Out Boy? Well, they're coming back to Cleveland. Fall Out Boy and special guest Bring Me the Horizon. The show is Tuesday, July the 18th, out at Blossom. It's part of the Minutemen concert series. Tickets info, all that at livenation.com. Want to go? Be caller 10. Good luck. You and a pal at Fall Out Boy. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show.
Podcast anytime on our iHeartRadio app.
Ooh, what's a podcast?
Like a TV show, but without the pictures.
Baby, that's called radio. What you're describing is radio.
And live on the radio weekday afternoons.
On 100.7 WMMS.
You're a social worker? Nice. What does that mean? You take children away from people?
Yeah, pretty much.
Pretty much? Is that what you said? It's supposed to be a joke, and it came real. Are you with him, ma'am, or is he just taking your children? Don't cry. It's going to be okay. You don't have to be with him.
Listen, if there's one thing that you can say about Ian Bagg is that he's concerned about the welfare of children worldwide.
I thought you were going to say that I'm here. Can I bring up something beforehand? Now
you are
That's
here.
the best part of Ian.
That is true.
We don't have to interview him. He's
I
ready
thought
to
you were
go.
going to say, I am here. You are, yeah.
I am. But can you're giving away tickets to Fall Out Boy.
That's
and
right.
Fall Out Boy, are they Canadian?
They are Chicagoan.
Oh, they're Chicago.
Yeah.
And one of the guys married one of the girls. Forget it.
He
Yes.
married Jessica Simpson's younger sister, I believe, Ashley Simpson.
But the real question is, they're brought to you by the Minutemen. Is there a militia that's putting on concerts now?
I don't know about that, but that's not what that is. Yeah,
I love it. That's a great idea. We're starting a militia, but we got to make some money.
Those are probably
Right.
Kid
Let's
Rock
put on
concerts.
some concerts.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fall Out Boy might be right up our alley.
Yeah.
Fall Out Boy is going to make us some money, boys.
I haven't
So check out the
seen.
content.
Last time I saw you was on Zoom.
Oh yes, you did.
It was a
my,
couple years
yeah.
ago.
Mhm.
It was.
The thick of it.
That's right. Around the Bag is what it was.
It was so much fun.
Ian
doing
Bagg
that.
had. Oh God, it was so fun because I already knew Nicole Schreiber, so
Mhm.
and I didn't know.
I'm trying to think of the.
It was Bob Biggerstaff.
Oh, Bob.
Yeah, it was Bobby.
Bob.
And, yeah, it was so fun.
It was a
That
great
really was
time.
dead center COVID, wasn't it?
Yeah.
You were like just trying to not go crazy and it was doing like a little game show.
It was one of those things where I was like, oh, so apparently we're taking 4 weeks off, and I'm going to try something different. So
Right.
I'm gonna do this game show, talk show via Zoom.
This will be a little flight of fancy.
Yeah, and I'm gonna do it every day to kill time. So I would do it every day, and after you start booking 3 guests a day for 7 days a week, that's 21 guests.
It's a lot of work.
It's a lot of work, and you're like, well, I'm going to take it down to 1 day a week.
Right.
And COVID
Except
should
that-
be over in a couple more weeks.
At that time, though, there were probably everybody was looking for something to do.
Yes.
So it probably wasn't that hard. getting
Well, it
people
was
in.
right at the beginning, so people weren't. They were still there. It's a vacation. We're having a good time.
Oh,
Don't
really?
feel like doing
Because it was
anything.
around Christmas of 2020, right?
No, that was you went in later.
Oh,
But
you're
yes.
talking about when you started.
When I
it.
started.
doing it every day.
Yeah, you came in. You came in, and you guys.
When it was established.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because you
Gotcha.
guys were working up a storm during
Yes.
the beginning. You guys.
We never stopped going.
We never stopped.
You never stopped. You
We
guys.
did a few, so that when we first started, or like when they first were like, hey, everybody stay home, we did a few episodes from my condo while they like deep cleaned the whole studio, which I don't think it was over that clean when we went back. I'm like, there's still a lot of dust here.
We ran our index fingers across everything, and we said, look, there's COVID everywhere.
You guys are the worst.
You know,
but other than
that, we totally judged.
We were coming in the whole time.
Yes. Well, we waited until they were gone, and then we criticized them behind their backs, like
Nice.
Americans.
That's how I do it too. I'm like, I'll be your friend until you leave.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to talk about a different radio show as soon as I walk out of
You
this
should.
place. When I'm
kibitz.
in Cincinnati, this is what they do with me. That Alan.
When I'm in
that
Cincinnati,
Alan.
he's no kid Chris. Listen, you are if nothing else, you are a prominent Canadian.
I wouldn't.
Fair to say, you're a prominent Canadian.
Yes, my
right?
dad would beg to differ.
Have you ever gotten one of those? I don't think is it an OBE over there? Like in England, when Elton John gets, it's like the Order of
the order.
Merit.
No, I know. No.
Well, but I only ask because there's so many levels. I'm like, there's got to be like an Ian Bagg level,
I
like
got
an
the key to the
entertainer level.
city.
What city?
My town that I grew up in, Terrace, and I said, "There's so much crime here. I'm pretty sure I don't need a key."
Right. They gave me the chisel to the city, and it was all good. Yeah. That's way up in British Columbia.
Way up in British Columbia, northern British Columbia.
Right. Good fishing up there?
Oh, great fishing.
Oh.
Yeah.
A lot of bears?
Yeah,
Oh,
we
so
actually,
many bears.
get this, we have, this is a great story to tell.
Yeah.
We have, where I grew up, you find a black bear that is white.
Now explain that to me.
It is called the spirit bear.
Okay.
That is what the indigenous
Like
people call
the
it.
genus and the species make it a black bear.
It is a black bear.
It is
But
white
it is
furred.
white. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right.
Yes. And
Right.
when I was growing up, it was called the Kermode bear.
Yeah.
But now it's gone back to the spirit bear in honor of the indigenous people.
When you're living up there, growing up there, are you really in tune with that indigenous vibe?
I grew up with Well, we
okay.
grew up basically on the reserve. You know,
You did?
Yeah, the town was basically the reserve, and we got along. We didn't get along. We got along. We didn't get along. It was
You were a reservation dog.
Yeah, love that show.
It is a good show, isn't it?
And I talked to Kirk Fox about it because he plays.
Yeah.
He's in that show, and I'm just like, dude, you're so good. And I just tell him, and Mark Maron, I tell them both. I'm like, I had no idea you guys had this in you. You are so good.
Yeah.
So it's so good. Yeah, so good. Anyways, but it's one of those towns. But so we have this white black bear, and it's very special. If
Have
you
they ever
see
call it the M&M bear?
Well, he doesn't pretend he's black.
Has spaghetti all over his fur.
Yeah, but he's very
arms
special.
ready.
You're very special. It's a spirit bear. If you see him, it's very. And I remember seeing him at the dump when I was a kid all the time. So I was like, I don't know if that's a spirit bear. But where I grew up, there was one, and it was killed. And
By like an interloper or someone in the community?
someone
they
in the
weren't
community
sure.
killed
Yeah.
the bear,
Mhm.
and it turned out to be the vet's son.
Oh, really?
Oh, jeez.
And I used to
Not
make fun about
veteran,
it.
veterinarian.
Yeah, the veterinarian.
When there's
son.
vandalism and it's done by like the police captain's son or
Yes,
something like that.
But
it's-
how do you, is it one of those things where like, you think you're a good vet, Dad? Try to bring this back.
Try
to
to save
life.
this. Try to save this spirit bear. It's a real spirit bear now.
But was it?
I'm just going to dump this outside of your office and see what you can do.
Wanted it to live to its full potential as a spirit bear.
That's right.
But because the vet's kid probably had some access to some of Dad's equipment, was it a real bloody thing, or did he like
No.
lethal inject it?
No, he shot it.
Shot it.
Yeah, drive by.
Oh boy. Are you trying to tell me that people in Terrace, British Columbia, have guns? Is that what you're?
Rifles?
Is
Rifles.
that what
We
you're
don't have pistols. We have
Yeah.
rifles.
No
but
pistols.
I love it. They boxed it up and they put it right in the airport. That's it. Just sits in the airport, just in a pose
they
of a bear
taxidermied.
of a bear walking up to a dump.
Now, how does that get litigated when they found out it was the vet's kid?
It's probably $750 fine, and
Is that what
have
it
to
was?
Clean up some things.
Yeah, right.
Wipe up some graffiti, but the graffiti up there is not very bad.
Did it out of
Graffiti is like-
season?
yeah,
That was
yeah,
his biggest
yeah,
offense?
Yeah,
And you got to do it in 2 languages.
yeah, you got to do it in 2 languages. It's boring. It's just like grad 87.
What is it? That's the movie Canadian Bacon. They make that joke where Canada sucks, and then they're like, but you got to do it in both.
Corn cornflakes are called flacon de mai.
Because it sounds more delicious.
But there's a comic. He doesn't do comedy anymore. He's a writer now. But he used to do this joke. And he swears at people in French, but he just uses like the opposite sides of boxes because boxes of things in Canada, like food, one side would be English, one side would be French.
Yeah.
So he would swear at people in flacon de mai. You use a spoon. Pat Bullard.
I gotta give. Hold your thought, because I gotta give away some money here.
Oh, I don't like it.
To the
This is
heathens that are
America.
listening
We
to
don't give away things.
I know. I don't want to be on
You
the
want
dole.
money, you earn
Socialism.
money.
Yeah. It's
How
a
much
chance,
money we get involved?
It's $1,000.
Can I get involved?
No. To go fund yourself. Listen closely to this, and good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000. Enter the nationwide keyword BANK at WMMS.com. That's BANK. Enter it now at WMMS.com. And good luck from Buzzard Radio.
Ian Bagg
Yes.
is at Hilarities this weekend. How long has it been since this is your first time in here, but how long since you have
Been to
in
Hilarities?
town? Yeah.
Oh,
Has it been a long time?
I think I came the year of the pandemic before it happened, or just.
So
the year
it's been a
before.
minute then.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know what year it is. I refuse
2023
to celebrate years now because the last time we did it, look what happened.
Oh, you think that it was it was our hubris? It was our celebratory spirit that screwed us.
Yeah, it's gonna be the best year ever.
Yeah.
Yes.
Nothing can get us now. Nope.
And boom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you a Dallas Stars fan, or
No,
were
I
you
get
a
free
Minnesota
swag.
North Stars fan? Oh, okay.
I get free swag, so I wear it. Yeah,
Okay.
but I do like the Minnesota North Stars. Neil Broughton.
Yeah. They were also, for a hot minute, Bill, correct me if I'm wrong, weren't they the Cleveland Barons? Weren't the Dallas Stars the Cleveland Barons
No,
back
the
in
Dallas
the day?
Stars weren't. Maybe the Minnesota North Stars.
Oh, maybe the Minnesota North Stars were. I have an old Winnipeg Jets jersey from the OG Jets that just was in a box, and it came full circle because they were in Atlanta for a minute, and now they're back up in Winnipeg.
Yeah, it's good times up in Winnipeg, and they're doing well. I want to get some Barons merchandise, but I can't find it. I've always,
Cleveland Barons
yeah,
merchandise.
I'd love it. Yeah.
Yeah.
They just had the throwback night to an IHL team, the Cleveland Lumberjacks, and they had these kind of gaudy look. They're very 90s with a big cartoon beaver. That's the symbol of a lumberjack for whatever reason, but I love them.
I love it too.
They're great. It's a great logo.
The Cleveland Lumberjacks.
Yeah.
It's an interesting. Are you guys known for
It's why there's
lumbering?
It's why there's no trees. They were all lumbered down by the lumber. Well, this is called the Forest City.
Oh, I didn't.
As you can see, look out the window here. Nothing but foliage.
Oh, there's Forrest right over there. There's a guy named Forrest.
Yeah. Alan, I thought Ian was saying that the spirit bear that was shot was the vet's son. Ooh, wouldn't that have been a twist?
Oh man!
Oh, the bear was the vet's son.
Oh, that would have been.
No.
That would have been a show on CBC in Canada. That would have been
right.
Spirit Bear son.
Uh-huh. What if his spirit went into the vet's son? And now he's able
That's another
to,
movie.
right?
That's another movie starring
Oh.
Jamie Lee Curtis.
Yep. As the veterinarian.
As the veterinarian's wife. But
Mhm.
she is now the son.
Oh, it's like a Freaky Friday, but with a bear and a whole thing. Yeah.
And
All right.
Walt Disney brings him back.
Write that down.
Write that down. That might be something. Next time you got to pitch something.
They just
Freaky
said-
Vondrity is what they'd call it up there in Canada. I believe.
They're bringing back At Midnight. Were you ever on that?
At Midnight? No.
With Hardwick?
I feel like that'd be
No.
such
Hardwick?
a
No.
perfect show.
You must
for
be the only comic that wasn't on At
I
Midnight.
was,
They did
and you
like
know-
600 shows.
The
There
worst
were
part-
most people I'd never heard of before.
I know. I was like, "Hi guys, I'm just right here.
Yes.
I'm standing right here. I'd love
Yes.
to do it." And they're like, "I was with a management company, and I hooked up Hardwick and Gaffigan with his manager. So I got Hardwick as manager, and I don't even get on the show. I was like,
"Quick, Chris,
just give me a bone, come
Right.
on." And then when things happened, I was like, "Ha ha."
This is a town of favors.
get.
That's what you get
Yep.
for screwing with Ian Bagg.
Yeah, you don't take the bag lightly.
How has it been back out on the road?
Pretty
Have you
good.
been having fun? Was it like muscle memory? Was it?
I never really stopped.
Right.
Everything just slowed down, and
And for a while, you were probably doing like weirdo venues just to be out there.
Oh, I loved it,
Yeah.
and it also made me reassess life in every way.
Right.
I really love doing stand up, and I took a little bit out of my life to love it even more.
Right.
And to love my at home life more.
You don't strike me as a guy because you're kind of so Even if you're not actually fast and loose, you're so seemingly fast and loose. That's the great part of it. You don't seem like somebody who would get rattled easily by.
Oh no, I love it. I love it in the ditch.
Yeah.
Like seriously,
Right.
it's interesting there, and I don't, I remember friends wanting to get out of comedy clubs because they didn't want to deal with the waitresses and the serving of drinks and like that, and I'm like, that's kind of fun.
Right.
Because you don't know what's happening. Something
keeps you on your toes.
Yeah, it's part of the interest. No, I just want to be in a theater where everything is sterile. And I'm like, no, not
But
me.
it's also gotten to the point now where we've talked about this ad nauseum on this show because I'm just constantly fascinated by how comfortable audiences are by inserting themselves into a performance. Why they don't think that a comedian is a performance rather than, like, if you're going to see a band or something, people aren't out there screaming at the band. I don't mean like play Freebird.
Yeah, but
like they're at a comedy show, even in theaters, there's people now yelling stuff out. People are so comfortable now.
In which way? Like wrongly? Because
Not even necessarily heckling. Not even
Okay.
necessarily that. Just verbalizing in the middle of a show. I mean, you're a guy that can really bob and weave.
Right.
There are some people who the thing is set and they're performing what they've written. You know what I mean? That might be rigid for some people, but that can really throw some people off.
But the way stand-up is done, it's like a conversation with the crowd individually.
If it's done well.
So
not everybody's doing it well.
Right, but
Yeah.
but
You are.
But even the guys that are set, it seems like a conversation with the crowd, but individually. Like the crowd is individually. You're talking to me.
Right.
Like when people will say, "Oh, he means me." Like people like will say that after a show. I got you because you were talking to me.
Right.
Like I've seen people say that to people. They never say it to me. You weren't talking to me. But
You were looking over my head the whole time.
for me with stand up, I feel like you've made them so comfortable they feel like they're the conversation.
Okay.
The people that I don't like are the people that have to let you know that they're not enjoying this.
Oh,
like
I see.
there's another group of people. I don't know where it came from, and I think it's been
Alcohol
around.
is where that comes
Is that,
from.
that's-
Yeah.
But they do it everywhere. Like I gotta let you know, I don't enjoy your bananas in this grocery store,
Right.
and if I don't leave until I tell you these bananas are not good bananas,
Well, it's
I have not done my job.
That all comes from like online commentary and
But is that-
rating culture? Essentially,
Is that really, or is it?
I
Has
think
it always
so.
been there?
I think there's
It's certainly
part of
opened
that's
up.
always
I mean,
been there because
It's a verbal Yelp review that
Yeah.
some people feel compelled to give.
But I think there's also people that, I mean, comedy's so subjective and so
Yes.
personal to people that when you are doing something that they don't find funny, they can't understand why other people are enjoying it. So they have to verbalize and be like, what's wrong with you people, in a way? Like, why are you laughing at this guy? This guy stinks.
Yeah, this guy's wrong.
Yeah.
This guy's wrong.
Or you're bombing and they're just like, saying what everybody in the crowd is thinking.
Yeah, they finally let you know. We've discussed as a group.
Yeah.
I like when people tell you, like there's a group of people tell you, oh, it must be tough doing comedy now with this cancel culture.
Right.
And I'm just like, we've always had cancel culture in stand-up. Like the judge and jury are right there, and they'll let you know if you've gone too far, and they will boo you, and they will tell you you're not funny. They will come together as a group and let you know you're not funny. And I remember when starting out thinking, that's weird that, I think the crowd may have been 100 people. I'm like, that's weird that 100 people could agree at the same time that something's not funny.
Right.
Like not one laugh. I have definitely screwed this joke up.
It's like they signed a pact with each other.
All right. People.
Mentally.
Yep.
Yeah.
Everybody look at the back of everybody's head, and if that doesn't move, that means we don't laugh.
It's also, I think Mark Maron was talking about it, and I saw a quote about how he's like, cancel culture is kind of this word that people use so they don't have to be clever.
Right.
They don't have to, have nuance to their jokes, where you can make jokes about anything, but there has to be, it should be something more than just like,
absolutely,
you're different. Why are you different?
Right.
That's not cool. Like that. There's
our job.
There's low hanging fruit, and then there's a way to do it in a way that you can dance around it and make people laugh at something that they shouldn't laugh at, and that's the fun.
Well,
of
that's
it.
the thing. It's about taking something that isn't funny and making it funny.
Right.
So it's not about it's not about just pushing something in your face. It's like, do you want us just to do the same thing that Bob Hope was doing? Because it's already been done. We have to try to come up with new stuff, right? So it's weird. But
well, some of us do. Some of us just go and they're like, remember when Trump was president? That was crazy. I've seen like 9 specials like that.
That's the best. Remember Trump?
Yeah, that was. He said this. Can you believe he said that? And I'm like, this dude's selling out theaters. Okay.
You never. I never look around to see what other people are doing. But it's interesting. But you brought up low-hanging fruit. Low-hanging fruit is just as nutritious as high-hanging
Yummy,
fruit.
I'll tell you what.
Right?
It's high in vitamins and minerals.
It's just easier to get
I don't eat any of it.
So knock.
Right.
I have to take a break. Do you have to go, or you want to hang out?
I'm in. You guys are never getting rid of me.
All right. Ian Bagg
I work at the
is
PNC Bank now.
doing the in-between shifts as a teller across the street. He's at Hilarities this week. You can go to Pickwick
Best
and
club
Frelick.
ever.
What's that? Yeah, best club ever, right?
Like, there's probably about 6, and this is in the country, and this is one of them.
Everybody loves Hilarities. And Hilarities.
Sam has got a gun to my back.
Loves you. He's so tiny. All right, let me take a break here.
Sorry I talked to you.
That's all right. If you got a text for something, 35192 to do that, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS and everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. People are going funding crazy around here.
Oh my God, I'm gonna cry.
Yeah, this is insane. My heart is pounding.
It's real funding easy to go fund yourself.
I just won $1,000.
Gotta be in it to win it.
Up to 13 funding chances a day every weekday to win $1,000 funding dollars.
So excited.
Are you funding kidding me?
Aw, man, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say that.
Get them funding keywords at 30 past the hour.
Really? For real?
Quit funding around and go fund yourself.
Sweet.
With 100.7
WMMS.
Brought to you by the Brew Kettle.
The Brew Kettle is celebrating 28 years of taming the Savage Hop. From Cleveland's flagship West Coast IPA, White Raja, to our newest edition, Balloon City, a North Coast-style hazy IPA. The Brew Kettle brews great IPAs by Clevelanders for Cleveland.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
Hey, it's Alan. If you haven't heard by now, Northeast Factory Direct opened a brand new location in North Canton that brings them to a grand total of 4. There's one near you, anywhere you are in Northeast Ohio. Alex Nemeth started selling furniture out of his garage in Lakewood over 2 decades ago, and now they have these 4 huge warehouses. Again, nothing fancy, but you save a ton of money on great high-end stuff for your home. And I've told you, all these years, they don't do sales per se, but opening that new North Canton location is a big deal. They're extending the grand opening event in North Canton, and all the locations, February 3rd through February 12th. All the locations stocked with high-end furniture, hot tubs, kitchen cabinets, and kitchen designers, by the way, who will help you lay the whole thing out for free. Save even more on amazing items for your home with their grand opening celebration. February 3rd through the 12th. Get to Northeast Factory Direct, West 140th in Cleveland, East Side in Euclid, they're in Macedonia, and on Cleveland Avenue in North Canton. Northeast Factory Direct, nice stuff for a whole lot less.
A new Planet Fitness location is now open. To celebrate, you can join now for just $1 down, $10 a month, no commitment. We're ready to welcome you with tons of equipment and free fitness training in our clean and spacious clubs. Plus, you can check the crowd meter in our app for the best time to visit. Join the judgment-free zone today for $1 down, $10 a month, no commitment. Hurry, this deal ends soon.
Now open in Uptown Cleveland. Don't miss our grand opening offer, extended now through February 28th.
Planet Fitness locations are independently owned and operated. See club for details.
From groceries to gas, everything costs more these days, and it's making it hard for those who are trying to pay their bills on time. All they really need is a little help and someone who understands. At Ohio Edison, we're here to help with electric bill assistance. We're human too, and we understand where you're coming from and what you're going through. See all the ways we're lighting the way for those who need it most at firstenergycorp.com/billassist.
Science proves quality sleep is vital to your mental, emotional, and physical health. The Sleep Number 360 smart bed senses your movements and automatically adjusts to help keep you both effortlessly comfortable. And it's temperature balancing, so you stay cool. So you're at your best for yourself and those you care about most. Life-changing sleep, only from Sleep Number. It's our ultimate Sleep Number event. Save 50% on the Sleep Number 360 limited edition smart bed, plus free home delivery when you add an adjustable base. Ends Monday. To learn more, go to sleepnumber.com.
Hey, it's Alan. Well, if you are a football fan, FanDuel has the perfect way for everybody to get in on Super Bowl 57 with a no-sweat same-game parlay. That means everyone gets bonus bets back if your Super Bowl same-game parlay doesn't hit. Doesn't matter if you're brand new to FanDuel or you already have an account. Same-game parlays let you combine all your favorite bets for a chance at a bigger payday. So start building your own right now, or just bet a popular same-game parlay already made for you in America's #1 sportsbook. However you want to do it. If you're new to FanDuel, sign up with the promo code COX when you download the app. Either way, you'll get bonus bets back if your no-sweat same-game parlay doesn't hit. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NFL. 21 and over and present in Ohio, 3+ legs, minimum $1 bet required. Refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Max bonus $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, this is Ahmad Crump. Is heroin or opioids ruining your life? Are you or someone you know addicted and need help? Community Action Against Addiction, also known as CAAA, has a program to help you overcome your addiction. Overdose deaths are continuing to climb, affecting young, old, black, white, brown, male, and female. Drug addiction does not care who you are, blue collar, white collar, degreed, or dropout. It's time to get help. Call 216-881-0765 today or visit www.caaaddiction.org.
You don't need to get personal, like revealing you love to smell your cat's breath. To get the State Farm Personal Price Plan, just call or go to statefarm.com for a quote. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices vary by state. Options selected by customer. Availability and eligibility may vary.
Score great deals on everything you need for the big game this week at Meijer. Stock up on essentials with Buy 5, Save $5 on items like Sweet Baby Ray's barbecue wing sauce or marinade, Kraft shredded or chunk cheese, and Coca-Cola 24-pack cans. All Buy 5, Save $5, plus deposit where applicable. And pick up a few extra large avocados for guacamole, just 77 cents. Save on everything for the big game when you shop Meijer. Exclusions apply. See all the deals in the Meijer app.
When you can't stop, there's Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub sends powerful medicated Vicks vapors right to the source of your... so you can experience cough relief and breathe easier. Generations of families have trusted Vicks VapoRub to help relieve the worst cold symptoms. So next time you have a cough, reach for the Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub. Cough relieving is believing.
Experience the future of connectivity with Spectrum One. You get Spectrum Internet delivering the fastest speeds in the nation for $49.99 a month. Advanced Wi-Fi for enhanced privacy and security, free for 12 months. And a Spectrum mobile line with unlimited talk, text, and data, plus nationwide 5G, free for 12 months. That's Spectrum One. Visit Spectrum.com or your local Spectrum store today. Offer subject to change. Valid for qualified residential customers only. Service not available in all areas. Restrictions apply.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
You're in Kenny's corner, people. So Caesar, with everything players get by earning with Caesar's rewards, plus the incredible customer service offered through the live agent call center, I'm hearing the Caesars Sportsbook and Casino app is widely considered to be the greatest app in the history of sportsbook and casino apps.
That's amazing. I had no idea.
But aren't you the one who said it to me?
I'm just happy to hear people are talking about us, Kenny. Feels good.
You also texted me like 5 times about it.
Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Caesars Sportsbook. Every bet earns with Caesars Rewards.
The forecast for this tax season? It's going to rain refunds. Lots of refunds. File for less and get more with TaxAct, where we guarantee your maximum refund. Go to TaxAct.com to get started today and for details on the maximum refund guarantee.
Hey, it's Bill. Here's why I choose Terry's North Coast Auto. If you're short on time, Terry's will pick you up and deliver your car for you. They give you a digital inspection that's sent right to your phone. You can also pay with your phone. You never have to set a foot in the store. terrysnorthcoastauto.com.
Dear Dark Roast drinkers, it's Dunkin', the place you didn't think was for you. Well, it's time to meet Dunkin's dark side, because Dunkin' Midnight is here. It's their darkest brew yet, with rich, dark chocolatey notes. And did I mention it's dark? Dunkin' Midnight. America runs on Dunkin'.
Safe Auto Insurance is for uncompromisers, like Matt. When his old car insurance got so expensive, do you think he walked until his sneakers wore out? No, because he found savings with Safe Auto so he could drive instead of compromise. With savings of up to 25% on state minimum coverage, you too can stop compromising and keep driving. Get a free quote today. Savings vary, terms apply. Safe Auto Group Agency, Inc.
Hey Akron, are you ready to play like a big shot? You got Sainsbury here inviting you out to the new Big Shots Golf at Firestone. Tee it up in their heated tee boxes or hang out in the sports bar, or maybe both. Big Shots Golf is now open and they're located at 600 Swartz Road. Come out and play.
Traffic. From the Elk and Oak Traffic Center, for an injury lawyer dedicated to every client every day, call 1-800-ELK Ohio. Crash cleanup continues in Shaker Heights. Belvoir Boulevard southbound still closed between Fairmont Boulevard and Shaker Boulevard. Car versus tree there. Wrecks being cleared. Detroit at Bunce. Lear Nagel at Glen Drive north of 480. Pearl Road at Bagley. West 130th and Bel Air. Valley View Road south of Sagamore Road. Jackie Roberts in the Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Dunkin'. This Valentine's Day, Dunkin's got the perfect pairings to show your love. A dozen brownie batter donuts and a coconut mocha signature latte. Or make them swoon with a strawberry dragon fruit Dunkin' refresher with a Cupid's Choice donut. America runs on Dunkin'. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard. Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS. Cleveland.
Giving stuff away.
Oh, hey, want to go to Monster Jam? We got a 4-pack of tickets here. Monster Jam is back in Cleveland, the Romo Fijo, right around the corner next weekend, February 18th and 19th. You're going to see all the classics like Grave Digger and Megalodon. You'll see some new ones like the new Thunder Rorus, Monster Truck, monsterjam.com. Want tickets? Want info? Everything else? It'll be there. These 4 tickets for you. Be caller 10. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The words radio and Ohio both end in I-O. And I-O is one of the moons of Jupiter. Have fun trying to figure out whatever the that means. I-O, I-O. It's the Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
I'm actually very Catholic. I was molested. Thank you for laughing. That's awesome. I've actually had people boo that before. That's weird. Why would you boo the victim? It's not like it was my fault, like I wore a lot of chapstick that day and was winking.
Yeah.
I can't believe you played that.
Ian Bagg. Well, I had to cut the best part off, unfortunately, but there it is. Ian Bagg, a famous Canadian, brilliant comedian, noted Catholic. You grew up Catholic?
So this is how we grew up. My mom is from Australia,
Yeah.
and my grandparents, crazy Catholic.
Yeah.
And,
It's redundant.
But mom broke away. So mom let us go to a bunch of different churches, but we had to be Catholic when Grandma and Grandpa came to town.
Yeah, right.
And that was trying to pick up the pace really quick.
Trying to remember all the moves.
Yeah, no clue clue at at all. all. in your eyes. You don't get to drink the wine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is growing up in a very specific way when you grow up that way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's more of a story about a teacher. Anyways.
Well, there's that old, and it's kind of a hacky bit, but like the guys would be like, I never got molested. What's the matter with me? Am I not hot enough?
Yeah.
I think everybody ripped it off a tell from 20, 30 years ago. But there was no, when
best.
I went to Catholic school, kindergarten through 12th grade. I
You
went
did?
the whole way through. Not once did we ever hear even a whiff of a priest doing anything weird. So I don't know if we were existing in this little pocket where,
I think if you're not like, if there's they keep certain groups.
Yeah.
And when I grew up,
It was the sportscaster on TV was taking kids like by the dozen to Disneyland.
Yeah.
And no parents were ever allowed. And then some of our parents were like, you're not going.
No.
Yeah. Well, I want to go. No, you're not. And then we're like, oh, thanks.
He said, it was like, he said parents aren't allowed.
Yeah.
Not, they don't often come, they're fine with me.
Yeah, no, they weren't allowed. And it was, he was so many. And it's a mess. Let people be innocent, it's just bad. But yeah, I don't know how we got on that track. I was trying to be funny, and now I'm crying. That's so Catholic.
We're in
so
chapstick.
Catholic.
Yeah, right.
It's so Catholic. We're going to start out having fun, and then I'm going to shame you.
That's
and
right.
I'm going to smack you with a ruler.
That's right.
Yeah.
Ian Bagg is at Hilarities around the corner all this weekend. I imagine that's a show tonight, 2 shows tomorrow.
Keep on imagining.
I would imagine 2 shows on Saturday.
Your dreams.
And then probably none on Sunday.
I fly home on Sunday.
On Sunday, you go home, or do you go to another town and make them full of mirth?
Well, it's Super Bowl Sunday, so most stages are dark.
Yeah.
I didn't even think of that. Yeah,
I didn't either. I got to throw a birthday party for my kid.
No, on Super Bowl Sunday?
Yeah.
Oh, that poor child is not having a birthday.
She plays for the
again,
Chiefs.
I don't. Yeah, right. No, it's like a midday thing, And again, I'll watch the Super Bowl, but it's not like
I'm the same way.
Some of these guys are like, I'm going to be busy all day smoking meat and getting ready. And it
starts at midnight on Saturday, and then I'll see you on Tuesday.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, no, I'm not that excited about it. Football's fun. My first ever game was here, Cleveland.
Your first ever football game was a Cleveland Browns game.
Cleveland Browns versus
Only way to
the
goes
Minnesota Vikings.
Yep.
Brett Favre was playing.
Wow.
Yeah, people were hammered.
Oh, sure.
They do that.
They were,
get hammered.
They were.
I grew up
fun and yelling at each other.
I grew up a Bears fan, so they come to Cleveland like once in the preseason. So the only time I ever go to a Browns game is like when the Bears are in town, and it's fun. It's a ton of fun. But like people that do it every Sunday, I'm like, man, I couldn't. I don't know about that.
It's I gotta be honest with you. That game is built for TV.
Yeah,
and
I agree.
It is not as fun at the game, to be honest with you. It's built for TV.
Well, you end up watching the Jumbotron the whole time.
Yeah.
Oh, that's what happened.
Yeah.
Whereas hockey is such a great sport live, and they're doing a few outdoor hockey games at the football field. I'm going to the one next week. It's college. It's Michigan versus Ohio State.
That'll be fun.
That's gonna be a lot of fun.
Yeah, the outdoor games are insane. Just an event. It's crazy. I'm not a big fan of. A lot of people like to pregame. I like to go to the game, but I don't have time for the whole day event.
It is an investment, and a lot of people, they seem to manage their time in a way where they carve that out. Like I know, to me, it's analogous to like guys I know who are married. They have children, right? But they're always playing video games. And I go, how are you not divorced? How do you make this mechanism work? He's like, she gets it. I come home, blow off some steam. I'm like, bro, you're like in your man cave at 3 a.m. playing some, thing, and your kids are asleep. Some people, I don't know. And so for the pre-gaming, there's like some dudes, like the wife's at home. They're in the parking lot 5 hours. They're smoking meat.
Yeah.
They're doing all this stuff. It's like
It's one of those things where I can do that once
a season.
Yeah, like once a year I can do something like that, but I want it to be the food and a drink. I don't want to get blackout drunk and then show up at the game and not know what happened.
How do you recover from that? I need 2 weeks off.
And I need that. Well, again,
and now you've missed 2 games.
I'm not trying. Yeah, I'm not trying to. I'm trying to treat it more like a fun day, not a drinking event where like the
like
point
you're running
is,
a gauntlet.
Yes, I'm going to try and pace myself and really not make it all about the drinking.
I have a friend who has seen 311 314 times.
Oh, no.
You think he would have stopped at 311
I thought so
times?
too.
Yeah.
I thought that was his goal, but no. And now, because of him, I'm going on the 311 cruise to do comedy. So that should be interesting. And I wanted to say no, and my wife said, you're going, and I'm going too, because I used that quote in my yearbook in high school.
Amber's the color of her energy.
Oh, God.
What was her quote?
I have no idea. Gonna get drunk and beat somebody up. The way she wanted to show me, it was gonna be fun. So that should be fun.
311.
All right, listen. The ship is full, though. So
It
if
is
you're
full.
listening right
Sold
now
out.
and you're going, "Oh my God, I didn't even know this is a thing,"
It sells out quick.
Well, these all do. Like when there's a heavy metal cruise or there's a thing,
Isn't Bert doing a cruise?
Bird is doing his own cruise.
He's doing his own cruise. Yeah, that's nuts.
So
people are going to be lost.
The 311 cruise.
We don't need those people.
Miami to Belize and Honduras, right? So it's
Yep.
311. It's Less Than Jake. It's Arrested Development. Comedy by
Yes, good.
Pete Correale.
Good lineup.
Doug Benson.
Good
You
lineup.
got to have Doug Benson
Yeah.
on the 311 for
Yeah.
the cruise.
Yeah.
And one Ian Bagg.
Bad lineup.
Good for you. No,
Goes
it's great.
good down.
It's great.
What are you people doing?
Hey,
Seinfeld.
why does this whole place smell like reefer?
I like the way they put it. No drugs.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Okay.
That seems unnecessarily broad, but the thing with 311 is those guys are so nice. They're
Yeah.
the nicest dudes.
They seem
ever.
from what my interactions that I've had with them, they seem. I'm very excited about going.
Yeah, it'll be
gonna
fun.
something completely different, and I'm doing it right after the Burt tour. I'm doing so.
Oh,
I'm going to be
wow.
hammered for a week, and then I'm going to be high for a week. It's
Right.
and then I'm gonna
Contact
be
high.
Rehab.
Yeah.
And then you need to go on tour with like John Christ or something just to
get canceled.
Yeah, to just
do a week in Branson.
By the way, everybody that gets canceled comes back
stronger, right?
Yes.
It doesn't make
Did
sense.
you see the video of the girl standing in front of the billboard with Louis sold out at Madison Square Garden? She's like, these guys that just were alleged doing something, they can't even make a living anymore. It's very
That's funny.
sarcastic, very funny.
That's really funny.
Yeah.
I had an incident, nothing like that, but I was in Denver, and this is I'm just going to
That's
tell
where
this
all the
story.
incidents happen.
Yeah, so
It's
I
the thin air.
I was hoping this was going to be my canceled moment, but it didn't happen. So I'm just this is just as we're coming out of COVID, boy, when you could get vaccine and you need a vaccine card to get into places.
Mm-hmm.
So the back room, they use a lot of comics there on the show, and it was full of comics, so I didn't feel comfortable in there. So I went out to the bar that they have, which is very small, not much bigger than this room, probably about two bigger of these, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sitting there, and it's me, the bartender, and a lady that doesn't have her COVID card, so she can't get in, right? So now I'm sitting on the other side of the room, and I'm just listening to him talk. And she goes, "How's the show this week?" And he goes, "Meh," like that, which makes me laugh. I just like lose it. I'm like, this guy's good, right? And she's about to leave. He goes, "Hey, come back in January. That's when the good comics start coming back again."
No.
Right? So I'm like, do I talk about this on stage or do I
now,
tweet it?
He clearly doesn't see you.
Oh, it's me, him.
But what? Oh, he saw you.
He's got to see me.
So he didn't even recognize you as the headliner.
No, and
Okay.
the management didn't recognize me coming into the building. So it was going to be one of those weekends. So,
Right.
So they're like, "Do you have your tickets?" I'm like, "No, as a matter of fact, I'm that picture on the wall right beside you." And
You're still that guy where you're kind of
I can walk in anyway. Like people that
Right.
even know me don't even know who I am.
Yeah.
So
Sam, this is Ian, by the way.
So I decide I'm going to tweet about it because I don't want to get anybody in trouble. So I'm
Yep.
just going to tweet about it.
Yeah.
And I have no Twitter traction at all. Nobody's ever going to see it. So I just say, going to be a great week. The bartender just told the lady to come back in January. That's when the good comics start coming back. Right? Nothing about it.
Yeah.
So I go on, do the show, come off stage, and the bartender's there and he goes, "Hey, good show." And I go, "Maybe one day I'll play here in January." That's what I say, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing from it. Doesn't get it at all.
Yeah.
So I go, and the next day I come back, and I walk in the door, and the management's like pulls me over. "We'd like to talk to you." I'm like, "Yes." "We've read your tweet." I'm like, "You read my tweet?" Nobody reads my tweets. That's what I'm thinking, right? So we've read.
You didn't even read my face.
Yeah,
Why
yeah.
are you reading my
you
tweets?
know who I am. How would you know? Yeah.
That's right.
So you're face blind. So I go, "Oh yeah," and they go, we read your tweet and we did some investigation and we fired the bartender." And I'm like, "What?"
Investigation.
Yeah.
What
and
investigation?
we got cameras all around the place. They also collect the sound. They have.
Yeah.
So we listened to it and we heard everything he said and we fired him. I'm like, "Well, I didn't want him fired.
Right.
And he's going to blame it on me because he's going to think I wanted him fired. I didn't want anybody fired. You got to hire him back." And they're like, "No, he's gone. We got to get rid
To
of him."
them, he was talking trash about the club.
Well, I
kind of.
guess so.
Like,
But still, at the same time, like, don't put me in the middle of it.
Right.
I was like, why are you putting me in the middle of it? And
Yeah.
they're like, we've had many problems with him, and this is the last straw. And I'm like, well, wait for another problem.
One more straw.
Yeah,
He's going to have one more.
I'm sure he's going to do one on Monday.
He's a bartender. He's got pockets full of them.
Exactly.
Yeah, right.
So
waiting outside the club for Ian Bagg.
Exactly.
He's
So
smoking
I'm
in the
like,
shadows.
Great.
Yeah.
I'm like, great. I'm like, so, okay. So
He's
Saturday
like,
night.
Now I recognize you.
Yeah, now
I'll
I know
never
you
forget your
are.
face.
Saturday night, I'm sitting in the exact same spot. The exact same
At the bar.
spot. At the bar. Like, but in the bar, but at the
Yeah.
at this exact same spot. A waitress comes over. She goes, hey, Ian, how are you? I'm good. Just want to let you know you had my husband fired.
Oh!
And I go,
That's a real family affair
I'm like,
over there.
No, I didn't want anybody fired. I didn't try to get anybody fired. I apologize. And I said, and it's close to Christmas, and I feel horrible. And I gave them my merch money for the week. I said, here's
Right.
my merch money.
Oh, wow.
Like I said, I know they're hiring bartenders at every building around us. They were hiring bartenders here. So before he got fired, they had
Right.
a thing in the door. We need a bartender. We're hiring bartenders, which made me crazy. I'm like, you're looking for bartenders, but you're firing one. So I give her my merch money. I apologize. As soon as she walks away, the management comes over. Don't worry, we're gonna fire her. And I'm like, you can't fire anybody.
You have the opposite Midas touch.
Right.
Like, yeah.
I'm like,
Everybody Ian Bagg talks to gets fired.
At the same time, I'm like, there's been so many people I've wanted fired through my life that have never been fired.
Right.
These people, I want nothing. I don't want anything. I don't want anybody fired, right? So they're like, well, we'll wait for a couple days after you leave, and then we'll fire. And I'm
Oh,
like,
my God.
I'm like, wait until next year. It's December. Wait
until the good comics
until
get here.
January. Yeah. One of them are going to be
Yeah,
offended. Those guys get offended. The good comics get offended. I just am happy to be here.
Well, I hope
Right?
that curse has been broken.
Well,
I hope my management is not waiting for me outside the door here because I've been talking to Ian Bagg.
Yeah, but you get that
December
merch money.
24th, December 24th, I check my Instagram. There's a message. Well, I hope you're happy. You got my wife fired.
Christmas
fired as well.
Eve.
So I just start getting hate mail from these people. I'm like, I didn't want anybody fired. I'm a comedian. I'm supposed
Right.
to chirp about things that happened to me. You said it. And
Yeah.
he's like, I said it, but I don't. I'm like, yes, I know that. It's the management.
Right.
Why are you blaming it on me?
Your Twitter got 2 other people canceled.
My
In real
Twitter-
life.
yes, yeah, exactly. My Twitter that can't sell a ticket for me. got
Right.
people fired. It doesn't make sense. But now he's come back stronger. He owns a club. But
You'll never work.
You'll never work there.
So I went there this December, right? And I was at
His
their
club's called
downtown
January all year long.
club. Not there. Yeah, only January. That's what it's called. Only January comics here at December's.
Yeah.
So I went back this year, and everybody was quiet, and I'm like, I didn't get anybody fired. They're like, we know you got somebody fired. Like the staff
my
was just
God.
like, I was like, be polite. I like you guys enjoy your
Just
last
dropping
week.
off your
I just-
food and like not making
That's
eye
right.
contact.
I just said to them, enjoy your last week working in this club.
I don't know if you.
Papa's home and he's about to clean.
I was
he's
going
about
to
to
say.
clean house.
Yeah, you're like a fixer. Oh, you're Keitel in Pulp Fiction. You come in and
They couldn't do it themselves. Yeah, I'm like
Yeah.
I'm George Clooney in the air up there or whatever it is.
Up in
Just-
the air, yeah.
just going around firing people from
here's
town
a
to town.
packet for the next phase of your life, and we really.
I felt horrible though. I couldn't
Yeah.
believe that. I'm like, I make people happy. This is not what happens when I do comedy.
You didn't know that the club had you. You were a sleeper agent. You didn't even know
I had
it.
no idea. Here's why I bring this up.
Wait staff at Hilarities,
yes,
if you're listening.
They are now hiring.
Mind
Next
your
week,
P's and
they're-
Q's. Yeah. Keep your head on a swivel when Ian Bagg
There
is
better be
around.
smiles.
Oh, boy. You're like
You hear about stars where they're like, don't make any eye contact with them.
Right.
Completely different with me.
Steve Harvey, Ellen DeGeneres.
Yeah, I want eye contact and I want you to be nice to me.
Uh-huh. It's like a Broadway production where they're like, smiles, people, smiles, smiles.
Like Fantasy Island.
Yeah.
Smiles, everybody, smiles.
Yeah. Your tattoo.
Little man drives into the car.
Oh, my goodness. Ian Bagg is at Hilarities tonight, tomorrow. Saturday's sold out. You can't go on Saturday.
Take that.
It's sold out.
You should go tonight.
7 to
Tonight's a good
9:45 tomorrow. Is it just one show tonight? Was
One
it,
show tonight. I can only do one on Thursdays.
Yeah.
I
and
flew in.
Saturday sold out.
It was rough flying in this
flew
morning.
in for this.
I flew in.
Flew in from home?
From Los Angeles. I
Yeah.
live in Long Beach. I know
Yep.
I'm not supposed to say where I live, but I live.
Well, there it
I live
is.
with the fancy people. I
Yep.
look at the water.
That's not bad. Long Beach.
I love it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Been there a long time?
15 years?
Yeah. That's
Yeah,
a
I
long
love it.
time.
On the water. On the water.
It's not for
being
everyone.
Better. No, yeah, being in an awesome place is not for everybody.
Yeah.
I
you
love
still doing,
Cleveland, though.
You still doing the hockey podcast?
I do the hockey
Yeah.
podcast, enjoying orange slices with Jeff and Ian. My buddy that I grew up with played in the NHL for the Detroit Red Wings.
Yup.
He's a little bit older than me, but and I loved hockey, but I'm a comedian. We actually have great guests. This week we had Pete DeBoer, is the actually the head coach of the Dallas Stars. We get like solid guests that we shouldn't be getting, and then we I think we have Todd. From the head coach of the Los Angeles Kings coming on in a couple weeks. We have lots of yeah. We have great guests.
You have Shanny come on? Chat it up?
I would love it.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm going to see him. So I do a fundraiser in Detroit every year, and I'll probably see him this year.
Yeah.
He'll be down. He comes down to it.
Chelios and Iserman show up to that thing? Or is it like
Iserman sends money.
Yeah.
But the people that own the team show up. So
when I was on in Detroit, about 5 years. I did this show here in the afternoon, but I was on in the morning in Detroit. And I would be there doing appearances throughout the year for like Tigers opening day and things like that.
Nice.
And I'd always do the show from Chelios's bar.
Ah.
And I knew him.
Chelly's? Is that what it is?
Yeah, Chelly's. But I knew him from the Blackhawks.
Right.
Because I grew up a Blackhawks fan. And so I was just like, I don't geek out over like athletes all that much. Boy, I was all starry-eyed around Chris Chelios.
It's weird how some of them just every so often somebody will take you down where you're like, oh, shucks.
Yeah.
Just kicking the dirt.
Gee, mister.
Yeah. Do you remember that time in that one game? Like just become the Chris Farley sketch.
Yeah.
You won the champ. That was awesome.
Chelios' daughter is on TV in Chicago doing the games.
Pretty foxy.
A little bit of a rocket.
Yes.
A little bit of a rocket with a Chelios nose.
Yes. Well, still, it's hockey royalty.
Yeah, it's crazy. Bobby Hall, who just passed away.
Yes, he did.
Here's my best story about an old hockey player. So I was in O'Hare, changing planes, going to some gig, probably Cleveland, and I went up in the lounge, and I was on the escalator, and I recognized Bobby Hall sitting there right away. I was like, that's Bobby Hall right there. I need to say something. I just need to say hi and get away from him. So I just went over and I said, hi, Bobby. I'm a big fan. I just wanted to say hi. Thanks for doing what you did, playing hockey. Right? And he goes, sit down. I want to talk to you. And I'm like, what? He goes, sit down. I want to talk to you. And we just started talking. And when I left the conversation about an hour later, we had talked about everything from girls, of course, Bobby Hall, drinking, my hometown, hockey equipment, like everything.
He was from Ontario. He was from
So he was. I think he's from Manitoba, to be honest.
Okay.
I know he's a farm boy, and if you find the pictures of him, he was a stud, like a good-looking kid. But when he said to me, and I think we need to remember this with everybody, and not just athletes, is he said, if I don't get to tell these stories, they never happened.
Right.
And sit down and talk to somebody.
Right.
He because he just loved it. He loved talking, And there's going to be sometimes they don't want to talk to you, but it was great.
That's awesome.
The irony is, the next day, the Blackhawks fired Bobby Hall after talking to Ian Bagg.
And I took all those I took all those things right over to the Vancouver Canucks.
Yeah. The irony is about Bobby Hall is he died in Wheaton, Illinois, suburban Chicago, which happens to be a dry town.
Oh. That's why he died.
Yeah, that's right. Acute
I need some alcohol in my blood.
Yeah, that's right. The Amy Winehouse thing, cold turkey, did not work for him. It's always great to see you. Thank you
I was
for coming
to say
in.
I missed you. This whole thing that got in the way. I miss coming into your show. It's one of the best. So thank you so much for having me.
Good to see you. Ian Bagg is around the corner at Hilarities all this weekend. Don't try going on Saturday. It's sold out. Go tonight. Go tomorrow night. Go to pickwickandfrolic.com for all the info. Sir Ian Bagg on Twitter, I think, right?
Sir Ian Bagg with nobody. It's just getting people fired there.
Let somebody you want to get out of a job, get him to tweet about him.
That should
It's
be my
power.
thing.
Right.
Like
undercover boss, or just lease yourself out.
Well, Kreischer used to do a show at noon, escape work and I could need to get rid of an employee. I could do where they come to the show and I go, hey, Bobby.
Got somebody who's not living up to their full potential? Enter Ian Bagg,
the
professional assassin. Well, good to see you, pal. Good luck out there, and
I love you.
Best of the fam. Let me take a break. You want to text 35192 for anything, and we'll be back.
Get ready to celebrate the songs and artists you've listened to and loved over the past year.
Monday, March 27, live on Fox. The biggest stars from
Savings vary. Terms apply. Safe Auto Group Agency, Inc.
iHeartRadio presents IntraQuest, an adventure podcast.
I'm Logo. I'm Ether, and Big Guy is serious.
3 adventurers face a dark force on their quest to return home.
Winds approaching gale force speed! Sandstorm imminent! Storm coming! We have to keep going. It's the only way!
Come to the Intra. Listen to IntraQuest on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey! It's on the way!
All right, it's the return of Robert Plant and Alison Krauss going back out on the road together. They collaborate pretty frequently over the last few years, and now they're going to bring it all to Blossom. The show happens Wednesday, June the 28th. It's part of the Minutemen concert series. You can go to livenation.com if you want details on it. 2 tickets here for you. Robert Plant, Alison Krauss at Blossom. Good luck. Caller 10, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Welcome to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Forget the Rock Hall. When does Poundcake go into the Country Hall of Fame?
My truck, my beer, my guns.
Say it again.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
I've got another $1,000 for you to win in just a few minutes here. 4 or 5 minutes away from next shot to go fund yourself. Listen for those keywords. Cavaliers are off tonight, so you'll get the full Corey Roddick experience after 6:30. He will have a couple of chances for you to win some of that money, too. Cavs get a big win over the Pistons here at home last night. 113-85 was the final. They will play somebody.
Chicago on Saturday.
Chicago on Saturday, but tomorrow night they play the Pelicans. Okay. In New Orleans tomorrow night. That's a 10 o'clock tip-off, so 9:30 is your pregame. And then Bulls are in town. 8 o'clock tip at the Romo Fijo on Saturday night. Next week here on the show, I got a whole bunch of shows to put you at. Ministry is doing a headlining run that'll bring them to the Agora in May. If we're going to go see Clutch, they're doing Nautica in May. Incarceration, Music and Tattoo Festival. You get the weekend passes for that next week. Out in Mansfield, they do that. Slipknot and Pantera, Limp Bizkit, Megadeth and Volbeat and Lamb of God, In This Moment, many, many more. And then I'll put you at the Disturbed show, too. They announced a run this summer. They're going to do end of August at Blossom. So we're out on Monday, but Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday next week, I'll have all of these shows for you. So a little something for everybody if you're paying close attention. Hey, Darren, hello.
Hey, Alan, what's going on?
How are you?
Hey, you and Ian were telling a story about being an altar boy and joking about the not being hot enough for the,
Yes.
I have an interesting story that's kind of in that vein. When I was about 12 years old, I went to Catholic school my whole life, just like you. And when I was supposed to become an altar boy at like the age of 12, my family went on vacation, so I missed the altar boy orientation and all that. So then when I got back, I begged and begged to try to become an altar boy, and they wouldn't let me. And I was really disappointed because you got to go to Cedar Point and all my friends were doing it and whatnot. Well, I was about 25 years old, and I was walking down the street, and I passed one of those free times boxes, and I reached inside, and I pull it out, and my heart almost stops because guess who's on the cover? The priest that was in charge of those altar boys.
Oh, boy.
So, of course, I sat down and read the article, and it was exactly what you would think it is. So, I guess you could say, in a way, I dodged a bullet.
Did the article say, fortunately, a young man named Warren remains untouched?
Darren.
Oh, Darren.
There's probably a Warren we didn't touch either.
Sorry, I glanced over, and I guess I saw Warren instead of Darren.
No.
And, sorry, pal.
Poundcake, you guys were even talking about Bewitched just the other day.
We were? We were talking about Bewitched. Oh, wow. How did that come up? All right, well, listen. I'm glad that you dodged that bullet, Darren.
Yeah. And I always wanted to go back and talk to those friends and ask them, like, did anything shady go on? Are there any stories you can share? But I never saw any of those guys ever again. So
probably a conversation better left unhad.
Yeah, you're probably right. Yeah. So maybe it was fate that I never ran into those guys.
Perhaps it was. All right, thank you, Darren. There's Darren at West Park. Like that movie Sleepers. Remember Sleepers?
Yeah, that was an upsetting movie.
All the dudes that were older, but some of them got molested by the priests, and it was Kevin Bacon and like early Brad Pitt. Yeah, that was a tough movie. 4 teenage friends from Hell's Kitchen are sent to reform school. Oh, yeah, they got...
That one in Mystic River, or like, oof.
Sleepers was they got molested in prison, right? Not Catholic church? Was that...
Yeah, it was like a
Mystic
reform
River.
School or something
There
like that.
you go. A detention center where they're brutalized. Hey, I got money for you. As promised, it's $1,000 here for you to go fund yourself. So listen closely and good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000. Enter the nationwide keyword money at WMMS.com. That's money. Enter it now at WMMS.com. And good luck from Buzzard Radio.
It's time for Sweet Nothings with Jenna from Poland.
I don't get along with computers. They can almost just start talking, and they might as well just tell me how they really feel. Computers must just get a rise out of pissing me off.
This has been Sweet Nothings with Jenna from Poland.
She's a cutie, right? She's always got something on her mind. Always got something to think about. Hey, I've got Terry the Goat's Super Bowl pick, by the way. I didn't mention this. Played some video yesterday. Al Marcinek is our bureau chief out in Carlton, Pennsylvania. He runs Marcinek Farms. And for a number of years now, he's been kind enough to lend us, week to week, Terry the Goat, who picks NFL games during the regular season. And he asked me a couple of weeks ago, you want her Super Bowl pick? I said, of course I do. And so he sent some video. He had green painted rocks, and he had red painted rocks, obviously for the Eagles and the Chiefs. And whichever ones, I guess, there were more of, that was going to be her pick for Super Bowl 57. And so she has made that pick. And Terry the Goat, for those of you, because I said yesterday, I will bet, according to what her pick is over there on FanDuel, Terry the Goat is choosing the Kansas City Chiefs over the Philadelphia Eagles. So go and do likewise, gents. I mean, if you're going to take her at her, I was going to say word, but she isn't really,
So you're going to bet the straight money line?
I'm going to bet, I'm going to set myself up with a parlay.
Okay. How much are you going to bet?
$5,000. I'm going to set myself up with a parlay.
Mere pittance to you.
Mere pittance to me. But I'll set it up. No risk, no reward, right?
Right.
According to this year's Madden simulation, by the way, the Eagles win the Super Bowl. So I guess it depends on if you want to
how accurate is that year to year? Like
They've predicted the winner of the Super Bowl for 13 of the past 19 years.
Okay. That's pretty impressive.
2015 Super Bowl, Madden predicted the exact score.
Oh, wow.
You can set up that bet if you like. Some people like to get really, really specific about it.
And into the end zone. Touchdown Eagles. The Philadelphia Eagles are the Super Bowl champs.
So the Madden simulation that they run, the final score for Super Bowl 57 is 31-17 Philadelphia, and Jalen Hurts will be named the MVP. So those are pretty good odds. I guess your mission, should you choose to accept it, is to trust either Terri the GOAT or to trust the Madden simulation, which it has a pretty good record. A pretty good record. So that's from Madden NFL 23. That's how Poundcake's going to go about it. That is how he is going to be betting this weekend. What will you be doing, by the way, when the Super Bowl is on? I assume you won't be watching it.
Well, he's excited for the halftime show.
Yeah,
right, but before that, I mean, halftime show is a good couple hours in. How what will you be doing before that?
I don't know. I think my roommate is probably going to be having, like, his girlfriend will at least be over, so I'll just do whatever he does.
Like a generic party, just kind of eating some food?
Yeah, they might have. Well, now that I think about it, they might be going somewhere, so I don't know. If he is not there, I'll probably drink and pregame by myself. Like a couple White Claws.
Fox this year?
Yes.
Yeah, I think we have Fox, I think. I don't know. I don't know what our cable package is, but yeah, I'm just excited.
Imagine it includes the local channel.
Okay. Well,
yeah, I'm sorry. I think it's on CBS.
I think it's on Fox. Maybe it's on CBS.
CBS.
Oh, is it CBS? Okay.
Yeah.
What did I think it was?
This will be the first Super Bowl held in Nevada. They're doing it at Allegiant Stadium.
No, it's in Arizona.
What am I looking at here?
I don't know.
Super Bowl. Oh, I'm sorry.
I think you're looking at last year's.
I'm looking at next
year's.
LVI is what I'm looking for. That's LVII. That's 58. 57.
Uh-huh.
You're correct. It's in Glendale, Arizona.
And it's on Fox.
And it is on Fox. You're right. Yeah, 4:30 p.m. Mountain Time is the kickoff. So that would be 7:30, 6:30 here?
Yeah, 6:30.
I got to tell you, I didn't even think Mountain Time was a time zone anymore.
Oh, yeah.
But
I'm corresponding with somebody like for a project I'm working on, and they're in Mountain, and then somebody else is in Pacific Time. And so every time we have to coordinate a meeting, we have to figure out whose time we're talking about.
Right.
So we always have to include Mountain Time, Pacific Time, Eastern Time.
Gotcha.
It's quite annoying.
My favorite thing to do, just like how you guys bet on who's going to win the Super Bowl, I like to guess what songs will be performed at halftime, because I think.
Well, that's prop bet too. Yeah, you could bet on that.
Because I like guessing. She's probably going to.
You mean what Rihanna songs will she sing?
She's probably going to close with Diamonds, and she'll probably do the Celine Dion route. She'll take the Celine Dion route and have like drones fly up in the sky, and they look like diamonds blowing away. She'll probably do that. She'll have Calvin Harris and DJ Khaled make an appearance, because she has songs with both of them. And she has to do This Is What You Came For, because that's like one of her biggest hits.
Rihanna says she is so focused on the Super Bowl halftime show that she forgot her birthday. This is the first live performance she's done in 6 years.
Ooh, she needs to work on those vocals, girlfriend. I love Rihanna, but she was when she did her last concert tour, it was not the best concert tour.
Well, she still has a baby. She had a kid last spring.
Beyonce had twins, and she still performed at Coachella.
Nevertheless.
Take that. Wow.
Take that.
She was pregnant and performed.
Yeah, but that's for show.
Okay.
You do that because you do that because you want to be walking around in a bra and have your belly sticking out.
Yes.
Well, right, but it's not like she was leaping from the. I mean, you can get up there and stand.
I mean,
I'm sure she wasn't doing all of her moves when she was 9 months pregnant.
Sorry, no sympathy from me. Britney Spears had twins, and she was walking around here with postpartum and hitting people with umbrellas, and people still vilify.
So that's the line in your mind.
Well, I'm just saying, if Britney could take it, Rihanna.
It worked out great for her. I think that's the baseline you want to try to meet as Britney.
Well, I'm sorry.
Worked out great for her.
I believe in equality in every sense of the word. So I'm not about to give her any sympathy because she's Rihanna and she's a billionaire. Britney Spears isn't a billionaire. This is your first performance in 5 years.
Who's talking about sympathy? She might not want to. First of all, Rihanna's not pregnant. She had a kid last year. She's not currently pregnant. And that's got nothing to do with her voice. It's got to do with her physical performance. She said choosing which songs to sing was her biggest challenge.
She has a lot of them. She'll probably do Cheers. I'll drink to that because that's going to be a good pregame song. See, that's my Super Bowl. That's what makes it fun. You have the biggest stage, the biggest platform.
That's your Super Bowl.
Essentially, it's essentially a performance with an endless budget. You could do whatever you want. If you could have any type of performance, that will be the time and budget to do it.
All she's been very clear about is that she's going to shine a spotlight on Barbados.
All of her music kind of sounds like island music anyways, so it doesn't matter.
I bet she'll do a 13-minute version of Ponda Replay.
Or Please Don't Stop the Music.
There you go. I've got to take a break. If you want to text for anything, 35192 to get me there. AlanCoxShow.com is where you can watch. And you can listen wherever on that iHeartRadio app.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Here is someone who sent an email. Yo, Rover, no one on your
is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
Alan, you have been described by your enemies as evil, insane, manipulative. Who are you?
Call the Alan Cox Show. 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
$35192. Send me a text. Or don't. AlanCoxShow.com. Want to watch live? Thank you again to Penis Femming for helping out in the video department. Hey, Ben, what's going on?
Hey, Alan. How you doing, my man?
Hanging in.
All right. So, you guys were talking about the 311 cruise.
Ian Bagg is performing on the 311 cruise, yeah.
Right. That's awesome. Doug Benson's there, 311, like lots of good bands. I'm a longtime 311 fan. Saw them at Red Rocks at least 10 times when I lived out in Colorado.
Uh-huh.
Do you guys know about Tropodelic?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I know about Tropodelic. They're a Cleveland band that tours all over the country, right?
Yeah, they're
Are they on that cruise?
Getting bigger and bigger, and they are on that cruise. I was just curious, like, if you or Bill were aware of them or like fans of them.
I'm aware of them. I wouldn't say I'm like a fan, but I've seen them around the city, and I know a lot of people that dig them and kind of, are big fans of them. So, and I did see that they were, and I did see that they are like out doing. They're doing that cruise. They're doing some festivals. Like I've seen their name popping up. They're doing good stuff, big stuff.
They put on 2 of their own festivals here in Ohio.
Are you going in that 311 cruise, Ben? Is that what you're saying?
No, I wish, man. I got to work, and that's a few grand.
Yeah, sure. Well, it's not cheap. Yeah. Okay, cool.
I'm just saying, like, 311, big fan. Tropodelic, they are local and they are doing big things, and they're on that cruise and lots of good comedians and.
Yep.
One more thing, Alan.
And none of us will be there.
About it.
Right. Yes.
You were talking about it yesterday. Barbados, Collie Buds. He's a performer. He's a producer. I am. I don't know. I tend to go on the reggae style, but Tropodelic.
I don't know, Ben. Okay, thank you. There's Ben.
Thanks, Ben.
Go
smoke some weed.
What a shock. He's a 311 fan. Okay, thank you. I don't know what's happening there, but
But Barbados, man.
I appreciate it. Hey, Barbados!
That's like tropical and delic for you.
Listen, it doesn't matter what the hell's going on there between the Philadelphia Eagles and the Kansas City Chiefs, all right? I want to offer my sincerest condolences to our bureau chiefs in Philadelphia, because you are losing the hottest news anchor in Philly. These aren't people who stick around for long because they get the network gig or something, and I don't know what's happening to her. But Larissa Abreu, who's on the CBS affiliate there in Philly, is leaving for a bigger gig, and she hasn't said just what yet, but holy cow. Philly really gets some fine-ass anchors over the years. They had Alicia Lane back in the day, and this Larissa Abreu. So, listen, if you watch local television there, local news in Philadelphia, just know that my heart goes out to you because, listen, there's nobody in the Philadelphia market as foxy as Larissa Abreu. So I wish her nothing but the best. I don't know the woman, but holy cow. Here in Cleveland, we've got a couple of attractive anchors, and they've hung around a lot longer than I thought they would. A lot of times, if you're foxy and you're good with a teleprompter, and you're upwardly mobile, you're going to get a network gig, or you're going to get bumped up to a bigger market or something, or somebody's going to call you. So, boy, it's going to really put a damper on the Super Bowl, quite frankly, even if the Eagles win. Isn't it kind of a zero-sum game? You go, yeah, the Eagles win, but we're losing. I guarantee you there's just as many poles being greased over Larissa Abreu as there are over the Philadelphia Eagles. And I hate to be the first one to point that out to you, but Alan, did Poundcake see that Sandusky
is lit?
Is currently, that girl called. It's lit. Sandusky is currently ranked at the top here for the best coastal small town in the United States. This is a USA Today thing. And again, I got no skin in the Sandusky game. But people out there feel compelled to act as kind of a one-man chamber of commerce for our own Cody Brown.
They want to take a stand for the Sandusky.
He, yeah, boy, he's cracking himself up over there.
Come, bring me that nipple.
No.
I'll rip it all the way off.
Yeah. They're on two lists. They're also on the best Midwestern small town list, but they're in the 5th place there. But they're currently the number one. Now, Cedar Point is doing most of the heavy lifting there.
I was going to say, they wouldn't even be a town if it wasn't for Cedar Point.
It'd still be a town. There's all kinds of towns up and down the coast.
Right, especially on, like, I mean, it's a lake, but it's a big lake, and there's other towns that are doing pretty good without Cedar Point. So
listen, don't shoot the messenger. People are telling, hey, let Poundcake know. Sandusky, number one coastal small town in the country.
I'm sure everyone's Airbnbs are selling because they're not. Cedar Point's there.
It's ahead of Stuart, Florida.
Okay.
It's ahead of Rehoboth Beach.
Rehoboth? Who wants to stay in a Rehoboth?
A bunch of gay dudes. It's ahead of Nags Head, North Carolina. The best Midwestern small town, they got some work to do. Sandusky is number 5. Traverse City is number 1, along with Yellow Springs, Ohio.
Hey.
And Mackinac Island. Logan, Ohio is on that. Where's Logan, Ohio?
I don't know.
All right, well, there you go.
Well, I think Sandusky just needs to take me out. Put me a night on the town, pay for all my drinks, and let me have a good time in Sandusky, then I won't talk about y'all. But until then,
we've kind of had that. You were just mad that no one bought you a drink. That's the main reason.
All I said was, there's nothing popping in Sandusky where all the straight guys go to a gay club to have fun. That's literally what I said. This is the only place where the cheap drinks and dancing. Sandusky ain't got that.
You're just mad that no one bought you a drink. That's all it is.
Yes, I'm mad. I'm pissed off.
You got
Plus, you also weren't even drinking.
You got your marching orders, Sandusky.
Was I not drinking back then?
You weren't drinking that day because you were the driving, and me and Erica got pretty drunk. Because I remember I was with like 2 girlfriends ago. Yeah. We had a good time.
Well, I think
and you had your gays with you, and you were the driver.
Well, I maybe I had a drink and then deny it.
You had one drink. You had one drink the whole night. That was it.
I think I was waiting for someone. I'm like, by the time I finish this, someone's going to clearly come up to me and be like, hey, can I get you something?
Why are you always waiting for the night to start? Why don't you just start it yourself?
I had my one drink. What do you mean?
Then get it going. Why are you waiting for people to buy you drinks?
Clearly I wasn't.
You said I was waiting there and somebody's going to buy me a drink, and you bought your own because nobody did, you said. Why you walk in?
Because it's a gay
order
bar,
a drink.
Alan.
Huh?
Because it's a gay bar, Alan.
Not according to you. It's gay friendly. You made the distinction.
That was after I was not bought a drink.
So it's not gay friendly because nobody bought you a drink. It's gay friendly, it just ain't Poundcake friendly.
I guess so. I got yelled at by a girl who was hula hooping, like all types of stuff. I did. I got cussed
Who
out.
among us, Bill, has never been yelled at by a girl who's hula hooping?
That's my
I mean, come on.
Got cussed out for no reason. I was like, wow, I'm so mad. I didn't get a drink bought for me. I got yelled at to get off the dance floor from a chick that was hula hooping. I chilled with like this one drag queen in the back. She had her wig off and she was smoking. I was like, can I hit that? She was like, no. I was like, okay.
Can I hit that wig? All right, well, you got your marching orders, Sanduskyans. Except they don't need you. They're the number one coastal town in the United States. Take Poundcake out. Show him a good time. And then see what happens. He'll have some complaints. He will invariably take your goodwill. He will take your kindness, and he'll find something wrong with it.
Don't they want to see their tax dollars at work? Don't they want
to buy you drinks?
don't they want to see that
Tax
people
dollars.
are happy in their town?
Oh, looks like the Poundcake levy is back on the ballot.
Right, yeah.
I don't want my tax dollars going towards that. Well, it's something to consider.
I love seeing those signs around town. Your tax dollars hard at work. Boom, pothole. I'm like, all right, still working.
I hate drive like my daddy works here. Or drive like your kids work here, something like that.
Yeah, well, there was.
I know everybody's way into child labor right now, but it's like, let's just drive like there are grown-ups that we shouldn't hit. Why do we have to pretend that there's children around?
There's a billboard as I turn over the bridge, and it's like a little kid smiling, and then a little kid that looks like he's just done working, and it's like drive like kids are working here or whatever it is. But that one kid looks like he is put in a full day's work, and he's just over it. He's just so nonplussed with the whole situation of this photo shoot that makes him look like he's actually a construction worker that's just like, I hate this job.
Yeah.
He's like, I got to provide for my family, so I'm going to do it, but I hate it.
Yeah, just drive like a human being. You don't have to pretend there's children there.
Don't text.
There's adults.
That's a big,
Once again, you're wrong, you effing idiot. I don't even know how you're a host of a show. You have no clue. You stumble through all the time. Just stumble. Oh, trip, fall, get back up. You must have a heck of a contract. It's the only thing I can tell you.
What is he talking
But what
about?
are we wrong about?
Yeah,
How stupid are you that you call in to say you're wrong about something?
Well, I think he's clearly lost on his way back to Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
You don't know what you're doing. Who are you to... Yeah, tell me what I screwed up. I mean, I need the information so that I can form my rebuttal. Don't just... Friday starts early for some... You stink. I don't know what you're talking about. Neither do you. All right. Oh, maybe because... maybe he's from Philly. Maybe he's mad about that anchor. Look, homie, I'm with you. I'm mad about that anchor, too. Sorry, I'll speak to you in a language you understand. I'm mad about that anchor, too. I don't even watch her. I don't even know who you're talking about. But you know what? She's pretty foxy. I don't know. She's going to show up on some network show, and I'll watch her then. Yeah, when I screw up, tell me what I screwed up about.
Yeah, you got to be specific, stupid.
Don't slip, homie. Yeah, come on, dummy. If you're going to leave, but yeah, all kinds of things. Well, they've also, forget Sandusky, move on to something else they ranked. The greatest national anthem sung of all time at a sporting event.
We already know what it is.
They've ranked them. The
The
best.
Rockets were there.
Not even sporting events. The best Super Bowl national anthem performance of all time.
Duh, we all know who this is.
I don't know what constitutes a group of experts, but you'd think that you would know who it was.
If they didn't, never mind. Go ahead. I'll let you finish.
He's going to be so mad if it's not Whitney.
You think that you would know, but boy, I would have guessed this one. The number one that they said of all time, Christina Aguilera.
You're lying. You're lying. You're lying. You're trying to piss me off. You're lying. That's not true, right? I am going to write.
Do you remember when she did the national anthem?
I don't.
That was at the NBA All-Star game?
No, it was like Super Bowl.
No, that was Fergie
it was a while
that did
ago.
the one at the All-Star game that was bad.
Yeah. No, when she butchered it at this poor girl. No, of course, it's Whitney. 1991, Super Bowl 25. This was in the Florida Orchestra. It's on her greatest hits. I'm sure Poundcake knows that, but for the uninitiated.
They sold this.
Jennifer Hudson, number 2. Beyonce, number 3. Opera singer Renee Fleming, Super Bowl 48. And Faith Hill in 2000. In the top 5 there. Worst ever, Christina Aguilera. And then the guy that did Super Bowl 16.
Proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars were so gallantly there, as the rockets were there, and the twilight's last gleaming, and the rockets' red glare were so gallantly there. Burst stripes were all there, and the rockets were there.
Well, it was a different time back then, Super Bowl 16. That was 82, 49ers over the Bengals. That was at the Pontiac Silverdome in Michigan.
Not even born yet.
Joe Montana was the MVP that year.
A few weeks away.
He beat that guy up in the parking lot at the old Silverdome, which isn't even there anymore.
What?
Turned it into the Blood Dome. What?
Where did Rosanna rank?
That wasn't the Super Bowl.
Oh,
that was at a baseball game. I don't even think it was a championship game. It was
it was just like a regular season
regular,
game.
yeah.
Could you imagine? And singing our national anthem, Roseanne.
I still don't get it. I mean, I still don't understand what that was all about. This was at a Padres game in 1990. July 25th, 1990. Padres, Reds. And she clearly couldn't hear. Like she had her fingers in her ears or something. Yeah, you're really only going to hear it out of one side here. I don't know why, but see if I can get it better. Not that it gets really much better.
Mm-hmm.
Right now? I'll say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars.
You can hear people start, whoa! This sucks. We have an anthem fetish in this country. Do better.
I don't mind that. Is she a child? People were pissed.
Well, because then she spit on the mound or whatever.
Yeah.
Listen, she knows she's not supposed to be there. She's like, this ain't on me. This is on you.
I don't understand.
Why the hell am I here? I'm not a singer. Somebody thought it'd be funny or whatever, so make it funny. I'm a comedian. I'm not a singer. She knew the words. You get some of the best voices in the world who get out there and forget what's going on. She nailed the words. She did better than
the guy that
Enrico Palazzo.
Everybody's there.
Everyone's there. Yeah. But that was 1990. And again, it wasn't a championship game or anything like that. And it's, because usually when they say, who really tanked it, it's because they forgot the words. She remembered the words.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed as the
If she had only done that, da 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 da, they could have figured it out. I'm going to take a break here. If you want to get the last word in, send me a text, 35192. The Corey Roddick Experience on the way, 6:30. Cavs off tonight. So that is your next chance to grab some money. Another keyword around 6:30 to go fund yourself and win $1,000.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Get ready to celebrate the songs and artists you've listened to and loved.